Morning, members. Please be seated. Call on the deputy for Kent Sud for prayers.
Prions le Seigneur. Let us pray. Ô Seigneur, notre Père céleste, haut et puissant, roi des rois, Seigneur des seigneurs, le seul souverain des princes qui contemplez de votre trône tous les habitants de la terre. Nous vous supplions du fond de nos cœurs de regarder avec faveur notre très gracieux Seigneur souverain, le roi Charles, et de le remplir tellement de la grâce de votre Esprit Saint qu'il fasse toujours votre volonté et qu'il marche dans vos voies. Donnez-lui l'abondance de vos dons célestes. Donnez-lui la santé et le bonheur d'une longue vie. Fortifiez-le afin qu'il triomphe de tous ses ennemis. Et finalement, après cette vie, qu'il jouisse de la joie et de la félicité éternelle par Jésus-Christ notre Seigneur. Amen. Most gracious God, we humbly beseech Thee, as for this province in general, so especially for the Lieutenant Governor and the Legislative Assembly, under our most religious and gracious King at this time assembled, that Thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper all their consultations to the advancement of Thy glory, the safety, honor, and welfare of our sovereign and this province, that all things may be so ordered and settled by their endeavors upon the best and surest foundations, that peace and happiness, truth and justice, religion and piety may be established among us for all generations. These and all other necessaries for them and for us, we humbly beg in the name and mediation of Jesus Christ, our most blessed Lord and Savior. Amen. Ensemble, prions notre Père. Together, let us pray the Lord's Prayer. Notre Père, qui es aux cieux, que ton nom soit sanctifié, que ton règne vienne, que ta volonté soit faite sur la terre comme au ciel. Donne-nous aujourd'hui notre pain de ce jour. Pardonne-nous nos offenses comme nous pardonnons aussi à ceux qui nous ont offensés. Et ne nous laisse pas entrer en tentation, mais délivre-nous du mal. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Introduction of guests. Condolences. The member for Fredericton South and leader of his party.
Mr. Speaker, I want to offer my condolences to the family and friends of Elizabeth Malcolm. She passed away peacefully at Fredericton's Hospice House on December the 8th. Elizabeth just had that spark and smile, and a few lines can't contain the vibrant spirit that represented Elizabeth. Her energy was always first spent for her family. She was an intense home manager, cooking and decorating with flair and skill, and frugal to a fault, Mr. Speaker. She thoroughly enjoyed her part-time work at the UN Library for many years. As her children moved on, Elizabeth took every chance to get out in the fresh air, swimming at Belle Isle Bay or Killarney Lake, skiing, walking in the woodlot, always with David, her beloved husband of 59 years, who passed away in 2016. Elizabeth is survived by her children, Richard, Anne, John, and Jeannie, her two sisters, Margaret and Mary, sister-in-law Shirley, and by our numerous grandchildren and 5 great-grandchildren. I invite all members in the House to join me in extending condolences to the family and friends of Elizabeth Malcolm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Messages of congratulations and recognition. The member from Moncton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to offer a big congratulations to Tire Shack Brewing Company, named 2022 Brewery of the Year at the Canadian Brewers' Choice Awards this past weekend. Of more than 1,000 breweries across the country, Tire Shack won top honors. Tire Shack is a vibrant craft brewery and taproom nestled in between the intersections of John and Dominion Street in the heart of downtown Moncton South. Owners Alan and Jerica and their phenomenal team go above and beyond every day to make their patrons feel welcome and at home as they enjoy the Tire Shack atmosphere. Mr. Speaker, with varieties like birthday cake donut beer, apple pie and ice cream beer, and candy cane stout, a popular item this time of the year, one never knows what surprises might be on tap at Tire Shack. I'd like to encourage everyone in Moncton for the World Juniors to take time out to visit the Tire Shack Brewing Company, Brewery of the Year 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy de Chaudière-Corbeil-Essonnes,
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je me lève en chambre afin de féliciter les membres de la Chambre de commerce de Cap-Acadie qui a tenu sa soirée de reconnaissance. Pour célébrer la 15e édition, l'équipe de la Chambre de commerce a décidé de revoir complètement son galant et le renommé les Barachois. C'est l'entreprise de Sam Closeau, de Pierre Leblanc, qui a remporté les grands honneurs avec le prix de l'entreprise de l'année. Monsieur Leblanc s'est démarqué par sa résilience et sa force de développement résidentiel et commercial dans la région. L'Association multiculturelle du Sud-Est, le CAFI, s'est vu décerner le prix d'impact communautaire. La compagnie Edmond-Gagnon Limitée fut récipiendaire du prix d'inclusion et diversité avec sa force ouvrière. Le prix d'innovation a été remporté par Lazim Adventures Tours. Le prix Leadership féminin a été décerné à Marilyn Beauregard et la boutique CZ a reçu le prix de la relève entrepreneuriale. Je demande à mes collègues de se joindre à moi afin de féliciter les récipiendaires et les membres de la Chambre de commerce de Cap-Acadie pour leur dévouement vers le développement de notre région. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Member from Member Cook-Tanzomar.
Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais féliciter le village de Merrimacook d'avoir organisé la 4e collecte communautaire d'aliments avec l'école Abbey Landry pour soutenir la Banque alimentaire de Merrimacook. À l'approche des fêtes, la Banque alimentaire de Merrimacook est toujours à la recherche de dons alimentaires ou monétaires. Pendant les 12 jours de Noël, du 5 décembre au 16 décembre, les élèves et les bénévoles ont recueilli divers articles. Pour chaque jour, le village de Merrimacook a préparé une liste d'articles. Pour aujourd'hui, le 14 décembre, la liste comprend de la mayonnaise, du beurre d'arachide et de la confiture. Pour demain, le 15 décembre, les bénévoles recueilleront des compotes, des salades de fruits et du jello auprès des donateurs. Monsieur le Président, j'invite les membres de l'Assemblée législative à se joindre à moi pour féliciter et remercier le village de Merrimacook, l'école Abbey Landry et la Banque alimentaire de leur contribution à notre collectivité.
Member for Carlton York.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned how a new investment in healthcare will see an additional 360 knee replacement surgeries performed at the Upper River Valley Hospital in Waterville this year. I want to say a big thanks and congratulations to all the people who worked together to deliver this latest success. The ball started rolling on this project in August, and it was made possible by the surgeons and staff at the Upper River Valley and the Fredericton Hospital. Once the Upper River Valley program is fully operational, it is expected surgeons could perform up to 8 knee surgeries a week. According to Horizon's numbers, there are approximately 328 patients currently waiting for knee surgery in the Upper River Valley and Fredericton areas. On their behalf, I want to say thank you once again to everyone who worked together and made this great news possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy de Shippigan, Lemec, Nisku.
Mr. Speaker, I may use a few seconds extra. Monsieur le Président, Mme Adrienne Mazdrol a célébré son 100e anniversaire de naissance cette fin de semaine. Née à Chupagan, elle est la fille de feu Willy Mazdrol et de feu Yvonne Gauguin. Un diplôme en poche, Mme Mazdrol a travaillé comme secrétaire pendant plusieurs années. Elle a notamment travaillé à Chrysler, chez Chrysler Corporation et ainsi qu'à Moncton chez Assomption Vie. En plus de sa carrière, la vie de Mme Mazdrol a été remplie. Âme charitable, elle a toujours été impliquée dans sa communauté, notamment avec l'Organisation des Dames d'Acadie. Mme Mazdrol a aussi elle avait aussi un côté artisanal. Elle a longtemps fabriqué à la main des maisons de poupées en plus de ses accessoires. Grande amatrice de golf, Mme Mazdrol a seulement rongé son sac et ses bâtons de golf à l'âge de 90 ans. Aujourd'hui, Mme Mazdrol vit à Chupagan en compagnie de sa sœur et elle profite de la vie et des avantages qu'offre la technologie. Elle lit la version numérique de l'Acadie Nouvelle quotidiennement et garde un œil sur les médias sociaux grâce à son compte Facebook. L'esprit vif et allumé, Mme Mazdrol joue un solitaire et fait des casse-têtes sur l'ordinateur. Compétitive, elle joue aussi au Scrabble à distance avec sa belle-sœur qui vit en Ontario. Je vous demande de me joindre à moi, chers collègues, pour souhaiter à Mme Adrienne Mazdrol un bon 100e anniversaire de naissance.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my good friend and physical education teacher, colleague for 30-plus years, Al Gates of Hampton, New Brunswick, was the crew chief, man in charge for the most significant amateur football game, the 2022 Vanier Cup Canadian University Football Championship Final in London, Ontario, just a week ago. Al Gates was excited to be selected to work the game and super excited when chosen to be the crew chief. Gates has 37 years of extensive refereeing experience at all levels and is very deserving of his assignment. Mr. Speaker, I would ask all members of the House today to join me on congratulating Al Gates on his leadership and success on a job well done. Thank you.
Député de Chaudiac-Bay-Dieppe.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est un privilège et un honneur pour moi de me lever en chambre aujourd'hui et de féliciter et surtout remercier l'Association des vétérans de Dieppe qui a eu son souper de Noël la semaine dernière où j'ai eu la chance d'assister. Et si vous avez le bonheur de participer à ces soupers-là, vous allez voir qu'une association qui a le sens de la communauté, qui aide les jeunes à travers des bourses, qui fait ça sans fanfare ni trompette, jour après jour, année après année. Qu'est-ce qui est le meilleur à propos du Nouveau-Brunswick? L'Association des vétérans d'Dieppe le représente, l'esprit communautaire, donner au prochain et le respect de son prochain. Donc, félicitations pour votre beau travail. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Statement by members. The député de Edmundston-Madawaska Centre.
Monsieur le Président, depuis l'arrivée des conservateurs au pouvoir en 2018, nous regardons notre système de santé s'écrouler. En 2019, les conservateurs ont décidé d'éliminer les numéros de facturation et n'ont apporté aucun système de rechange comme promis. Résultat, perte de médecins en région. En 2019, les conservateurs annoncent la stratégie de matière de ressources infirmières du Nouveau-Brunswick. Toujours moins d'embauches que les besoins de vitalité et d'horizon. En 2020, les conservateurs avaient trouvé comme solution pour sauver le système de santé de fermer des urgences dans certains hôpitaux ruraux. En 2021, le gouvernement conservateur a annoncé son plan en santé. Nous sommes 13 mois plus tard et la population ne voit pas d'amélioration. Des médecins de famille quittent les pratiques et personne ne les écoute. Les cliniques sans rendez-vous ferment et c'est silence radio des conservateurs. Les cliniques multidisciplinaires sont toujours en attente d'être créées et les conservateurs ne font rien. Le système de santé est malade et nos employés font de leur mieux, mais ils ont besoin d'être appuyés. Monsieur le Président, il faudra combien de crises afin que les conservateurs agissent?
The member for Fredericton South and leader of his party.
Mr. Speaker, New Brunswickers on fixed income are struggling as the cost of food, shelter and fuel go up, but the province is failing them. Social assistance rates in New Brunswick are way below the rates in the other Atlantic provinces. If you're a single parent with one child, your annual income on social assistance amounts to $21,600 here. If you live in PEI, it would be almost $27,000. If you're a couple with 2 children, your income in New Brunswick is $27,000. But on PEI, almost $40,000. If you're single without a disability, at least as judged by social development, then your annual income is $7,500. Well, it is $13,838 in PEI. Mr. Speaker, the Common Front for Social Justice and the Coalition for People with Disabilities have teamed up to call on the government to immediately raise social assistance rates, among other recommendations. Mr. Speaker, it's Christmas. The government has the power to give the gift of financial security to those in need. They should do it.
Member for Moncton South.
Mr. Speaker, Team Canada hits the ice in St. Stephen later today for the first time as a complete unit. The Team Canada roster was unveiled at a pep rally in Moncton on Monday evening in Moncton outside the Avenir Centre. 8 players from last year's gold medal team made this year's squad. 2 goalies, 7 defense, and 13 forwards will spend the next 5 days in St. Stephen coming together as a team and getting ready to defend their championship. Mr. Speaker, there are 2 big exhibition games coming to Team Canada at the Avenir Centre over on December the 19th and 21st. On Monday the 19th, Canada plays Switzerland, and on Wednesday the 21st, our Canadian squad will play Slovakia. The last time I checked, there were still a few tickets left for both these games, but I'd encourage everyone to get out there and get their tickets now. There's just a handful left. Go Team Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy de Chippecanoe-Lamec-Miscou.
Monsieur le Président, dans son rapport, le vérificateur général affirme que la province ne nettoie pas efficacement les sites contaminés. La loi sur l'assainissement définit comme polluant toute matière ou tout effet étranger qui compromet la qualité de l'environnement et qui met en danger la santé humaine. Les dépotoirs illégaux se multiplient dans la péninsule acadienne et ailleurs, et malgré les plaintes de citoyens, pratiquement aucun n'est nettoyé. J'ai pris moi-même des photos d'un site et déposé une plainte, mais les déchets sont toujours là. On demande toujours aux gens de faire plus pour sauver l'environnement, mais quand est-ce que le gouvernement va faire sa part? Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Deputy to Kent North.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday marked the beginning of the United Nations International Decade of Indigenous Languages, which will run from 2022 to 2032. Optimistic estimates suggest that at least 50% of today's spoken languages will be extinct or seriously endangered by 2100. More pessimistic but also realistic estimates claim that 90 to 95% will become extinct or seriously endangered by the end of this century. Here in New Brunswick, it is estimated that only 355 people speak Wolastoqey, while there are only 8,900 Mi'kmaq speakers spanning from Nova Scotia to Quebec. Mr. Speaker, New Brunswick has a role in ensuring legal recognition of Indigenous languages, preservation and revitalization of Indigenous languages with adequate funding. Initiatives exist, and New Brunswick needs to support Indigenous efforts to preserve and revitalize Indigenous languages. Nin Kamasiap, Kamasin, Kiel, Ukjip, Mi'kmaq, Ak, Wolastoqey.
Member for Fredericton York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 'tis the season to support local, especially local performance venues across the province with lineups jam-packed full of talent. If you're here in Fredericton, grab your loved ones and take in a show. From music to theatre, there's something here for everyone. The same holds true in venues all around our province. Local venues and local performers need our support. Of course, you can still give the gift of theatre and music by purchasing tickets and gift certificates to keep the support going right through 2023. Mr. Speaker, this is time to be with family and friends and relax. After the year we've had, it is without a doubt all New Brunswickers are deserving of a holiday season of joy and tranquility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy to Shediac-Beaubassin-Capelé.
Monsieur le Président, les gens de Shediac-Beaubassin-Capelé espéraient que le budget immobilisation contiendrait de bonnes nouvelles sous la forme d'un financement pour moderniser de mi-vie la polyvalente Louis-J. Robichaud de Shediac. Mais malheureusement, le projet a encore une fois été laissé de côté. Ces rénovations indispensables étaient prévues au budget et bien avancées dans leur planification lorsque le gouvernement actuel est arrivé et a décidé de les annuler. La région du Sud-Est connaît une croissance rapide avec de nombreuses familles qui cherchent à élever et à éduquer leurs enfants dans des écoles sûres et modernisées. Pourquoi ce gouvernement se prive-t-il les élèves de ma région? Il est crucial que ces améliorations soient effectuées le plus rapidement possible. J'espère que le gouvernement finira par se rendre compte que c'est une priorité et qu'il allouera des fonds nécessaires pour y parvenir. Je lui lance l'invitation à venir visiter la polyvalente qui date de plus de 52 ans afin de le constater. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The member for Memramcook-Tantramar.
Mr. Speaker, we are heading into our third pandemic winter, this time with RSV and flu circulating, breaking records for flu hospitalizations and straining our healthcare system. So, the fact that the Higgs government has refused to implement systemic measures that could help, like tackling air filtration and ventilation in all schools, is hard to understand. Another clear step to take is ensuring that everyone has paid sick days. When people are sick or their kids are unwell, they are having to choose between their health and a paycheck they need to make ends meet. And that also means that even when they are sick, they may have to go to work or send their kids to school or childcare in order to keep their household afloat. This is not only a challenge for their well-being, but it is also a public health challenge because it helps viruses spread. Government must guarantee paid sick days for all workers and ensure small businesses are supported to make it happen. This is a matter of better rights for workers, better public health policy, and it's long overdue.
Member for Ormocto-Lincoln-Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday our government announced that we have achieved our goal of protecting 10% of land and freshwater. We hit this goal by protecting an additional 277,900 hectares of Crown land. Mr. Speaker, this is the largest single expansion of protected area in our province ever. It's something this government is certainly proud of. It was only in 2020 that we committed to doubling New Brunswick's protected natural areas, and we have already achieved this goal. Mr. Speaker, this government sets goals, works towards them, and delivers results. Our success on the Nature Legacy Initiative is the latest example. Mr. Speaker, we are not done yet, not by a long shot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral question. Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we are hearing about a rise in RSV cases in the province and rumors that there are even children who have died as a result of RSV. As you know, RSV is not a reportable disease in New Brunswick, but we have received some results from the Public Health Agency of Canada that tells us that the numbers have jumped 602% over the last 3 weeks. 316 New Brunswickers have tested positive for the virus, which is up from 45 in November. By comparison, there was only 72 cases at this time last year. We know RSV can result in serious infections, especially vulnerable people, infants, seniors with lung disease and weakened immune system. And like I said, we're hearing rumors that there have been deaths of children related to RSV. So I wonder if the minister can confirm those numbers of RSV cases that have been identified in New Brunswick and advise as to whether we have seen recent child deaths from RSV in New Brunswick.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's amazing that I find myself holding the opposition accountable once again, where they start a rumor or they spread a rumor or they tweet a rumor or retweet a rumor and then stand in the House and say, well, you defend that and say if that's right or wrong. Especially when it comes to people that are sick. It's a really unfortunate political tactic that they seem to put. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Chief Medical Officer was out doing a media availability, and he talked to the press, and that information has gone out. Mr. Speaker, today, happening right now, the CEOs of Vitality and Horizon are doing a press conference along with the two trustees of they're across at the Crown Plaza, and again, they're giving information out to the public as well. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish the members opposite would deal in fact and not rumors and innuendos, which is something that they seem to be dwelling on lately.
Prime Minister. The Chef de l'Opposition official.
Mr. Speaker, there's information circulating, and if it's not accurate, then it's up to the minister to correct that information, and that's why I'm giving him the opportunity here today to correct that information if it's not true, or confirm if it is, because it's a serious situation. We know that the numbers are up. 7 more COVID-19 deaths have been reported. There's 20 flu-related deaths in New Brunswick this year, when all of last year was 5. People are anxious, and they waited for direction from public health. We got some more firm language yesterday, but there has been a void of information to give us guidance when people are struggling with what to do moving forward. What's equally concerning is that the percentage of vaccination rates are very low, 10% lower than last year. And we know, like in BC, when they had some deaths, they did a vaccination blitz. So I'm wondering if the minister is prepared to launch an effective public health awareness campaign and do something like we saw in BC with a vaccine clinic blitz to get more vaccinations into
Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we had the Chief Medical Officer out yesterday giving the public and the media through media information on how to protect themselves. And one of the frontline opportunities is for people to get vaccinated. And, Mr. Speaker, that's what we've been promoting. That's what the Chief Medical Officer has been promoting. And now the member opposite, they're not satisfied with the venue or the timing or when the Chief Medical Officer comes out. Now they're trying to direct the Chief Medical Officer again. Now, again, I'm finding myself having to hold the opposition accountable. The other day, a couple of weeks ago, the member opposite said that this government was putting political interference into the Chief Medical Officer's officer. Now they want to direct the Chief Medical Officer. So, Mr. Speaker, which is it? Does the member opposite want political interference or no political interference?
Chef de l'Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, moi je demande au ministre de la Santé et le ministère de la Santé de prendre l'enjeu au sérieux. Le ministre semble minimiser le fait qu'il y a des virus sérieux qui traversent la province présentement, qui touchent les enfants, qui touchent les aînés, qui touchent les personnes vulnérables. Et ce ministre semble minimiser sa responsabilité. Moi, je demande à lui et son gouvernement de se lever debout avec un vrai leadership, de nous donner des vraies directives et d'aller et faire comme on a vu en Colombie-Britannique, où on a vu des décès. Il y avait eu 6 décès. Ici, on est rendu à 20 de la grippe, mais puis les taux de vaccination sont très bas. Moi, je demande que ce gouvernement, ce ministre de la Santé, se lève debout. Pourquoi pas aller faire un blitz de vaccination pour atteindre des niveaux plus raisonnables pour protéger la société?
Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the member opposite should know, RSV is not a reportable case, not a reportable disease, but it's something that's being considered by the Chief Medical Officer. And again, the member opposite and the leader from above and on the floor are trying to direct the Chief Medical Officer. We know their history with the Chief Medical Officer wasn't very stellar, but again, they're trying to direct the Chief Medical Officer in how to run the office, what actions to take. And again, Mr. Speaker, we are just trying to hold the opposition accountable. Look, we take this serious. It's obvious we take it serious. You look at the ambitious health plan that was reported on yesterday of the success that are moving forward and the progress. We know there's more work to do. We know there's more work to do every day. And that's why this government is committed to making sure that the province has the best health care that New Brunswick has ever had as we move forward, given all the crises and the issues that are being plagued with us here today. Mr. Speaker, I'll continue to keep the opposition accountable. They won't keep themselves accountable.
The Deputy to Shediac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. COVID-19 is still here. And we're seeing a rise in infection and related RSV and flu. There's a need to ensure that every effort possible is made to protect the vulnerable population in the province, which include people residing in long-term care facilities. It seems that a significant number of patients at the Loch Lomond Village in St. John have tested positive for COVID-19. In light of this serious health threat in this facility and the risk of transmission in other facilities, what is the Minister of Social Development is going to do to try to keep the residents and staff safe? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate this question because we all know that our nursing homes and our long-term care facilities are certainly vulnerable. That's why we have, we have vaccination clinics in our nursing homes. We try to assure that everyone is protected as possible. And nursing homes are very used to flu seasons. They're very used to the COVID protocols that we've had in recent couple of years. And so they do everything they can to ensure that their residents are protected. It's been a very difficult couple of years for our long-term care facilities, Mr. Speaker, with lockdowns and isolations that have had to be implemented for the protection of everyone living in those residents. But the staff of the long-term care facilities, our nursing homes, they're certainly very attentive to their clients, and they understand the burden that this puts on everyone. They certainly work with public health, and we work with the Department of Health to ensure that our residents are looked after.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Les familles des résidents demandent au gouvernement de mettre en place des protocoles sanitaires pour les personnes qui entrent dans cet établissement ou qui les visitent, tels que le masque, dépistage, une meilleure communication sur les éclosions. Mais elle demande également au gouvernement de rétablir le financement qui couvrirait les coûts supplémentaires associés au nettoyage, l'assainissement et autres mesures de prévention. Est-ce que la ministre a demandé l'avis de la santé publique et prévoit-elle instaurer des protocoles particuliers en matière de santé et de sécurité et de fournir des fonds pour des mesures de protection renforcées? Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Minister of Social Development.
So look, Mr. Speaker, we've been closely monitoring any and all outbreaks that are happening in our long-term care facilities, particularly nursing homes, and we feel that they have the expertise and staff and supports that they need in order to manage the situation. You know what? We absolutely can look at what the needs are in our nursing homes. We always consider requests. if there needs to be support for cleaning supplies, have done that all through COVID. But I believe at this time, Mr. Speaker, that the nursing homes are well supported in having the necessary expertise that they need in order to manage through flu outbreaks, COVID outbreaks, whatever they're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. They have been very resilient, and we appreciate all of the employees and management in our long-term care facilities as they navigate, a tricky winter and upcoming season.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je suis content d'entendre que la ministre est ouverte aux discussions parce que, vous savez, lorsqu'un établissement de soins de longue durée doit placer des vides supplémentaires, ça vient avec des coûts supplémentaires et on sait que ces établissements-là ne sont pas... l'argent est pas toujours facile à trouver. Donc, c'est une bonne nouvelle s'ils peuvent avoir au moins une conversation pour être capables de répondre à leurs besoins. Maintenant, l'une des mesures qui pourrait améliorer la santé et la sécurité et l'amélioration des systèmes de ventilation. De nombreuses provinces ont utilisé des fonds fédéraux provenant des fonds de résilience COVID-19 pour améliorer les systèmes d'air dans les écoles, les établissements de santé, les établissements de soins de longue durée. La ministre peut-elle indiquer combien d'améliorations des systèmes d'air ont été apportées dans les établissements de soins de longue durée et combien d'autres sont prévus? Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Minister of Social Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll have to get that specific information for the member opposite, and will certainly give my commitment to do so. I do know that every capital budget, we put forth work that needs to be done on ventilation systems within our nursing homes. Some of them are aged and certainly need to have those supports. And Mr. Speaker, I can also say that our nursing home facilities, not only are they resilient, but they're very used to protocols. In fact, I remember in the early days of COVID, sometimes nursing homes were receiving public health changes on a daily basis and sometimes twice a day. So we know that the staff and the management of our long-term care facilities work closely with our department, and we'll get that information for the member opposite as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Legislature Edmondson.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier has indicated that the Minister of Education will soon provide details on the new French immersion program. A number of high-ranking senior civil servants have left the department based on the Premier's refusal to listen to advice based on data. So can the Minister advise which second language experts he engaged to provide advice with respect to the design of the new program?
Minister of Education, Early Childhood Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm excited to make an announcement tomorrow regarding our new approach to creating a bilingual population in our province. We've been doing consultations throughout the province. We did them in the winter, in the summer, and the spring. We have John McLaughlin has returned as Deputy Minister. He's done extensive consultations with the public. We have a wonderful program that we're going to announce tomorrow. I'm excited for it. I know that the opposition will endorse it wholeheartedly. It's going to move us towards bilingual population in our province where everyone will be able to be served in the language of their choice. Because that, Mr. Speaker, is the ultimate goal, to create a bilingual population in our province so that all of our citizens have equal opportunity. And I'm pleased to be part of that. Thank you.
I can say that we are glad to hear that the program, the new French program, language training program, will be announced tomorrow. So, Mr. Speaker, the Minister instituted a series of pilot programs on French second language training. Can the Minister advise as to the commencement date of these programs, whether an evaluation of the effectiveness of these programs has been carried out, when and how were they evaluated, and who conducted these evaluations, so that he can present a new program tomorrow?
Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We have a robust French team at the department that have been working on the LLO opportunities that have been implemented and piloted in the province. One of the places that I'm most proud of is Maplehurst. I was very disappointed by the stunt that the Executive Director of Canadian Parents for French did last weekend here in the gallery, using a student as a prop and a parent that says, you know, I know this is how I feel, but I think there's other people that feel the same way. And that the opposition would follow up on that. I would think, Mr. Speaker, that this school, where we have the whole staff and all the students engaged in trying to learn French, how to speak French, communicate, enjoy the language, that they'd celebrate that. It just, I don't want to say it baffles me. However, I will. So,
Hi, Minister. Member for Madawaska-Lac-Eglinton.
Monsieur le Président, we are baffled. Écoutez, Monsieur le ministre s'attaque à un résident et citoyen du Nouveau-Brunswick. C'est très... en fait, c'est étonnant, si on peut dire. Et en fait, la NBTA, la New Brunswick Teachers Association, et les enseignants de première ligne mettent en garde le ministère de précipiter la mise en œuvre d'un nouveau programme d'éducation de cette ampleur. Dans un contexte de ressources limitées, ça pourrait être un désastre. Et on entend parler qu'il manque des ressources tant au niveau des enseignants, des absences d'enseignants également, non seulement d'étudiants, mais d'enseignants ressources. Il manque des ressources. Donc, d'implanter un tel programme pourrait être un désastre. Pourquoi le ministre ne prend-il pas le temps d'évaluer les projets pilotes et de faire évaluer le nouveau programme par les experts?
Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. En répondant à la question précédente, le programme LLO est toujours en train d'être évalué. C'est évalué depuis le début qu'on avait commencé. Ça continue d'être évalué par nos experts de notre ministère. On va continuer à l'avenir d'évaluer le succès de ce programme, qui a beaucoup de succès. Et demain, je vais annoncer ce qu'on va faire. On va commencer au niveau maternel première année pour les élèves du Nouveau-Brunswick, ce qui est basé sur un programme qui est déjà prouvé d'avoir beaucoup de succès au Nouveau-Brunswick pour créer une population bilingue. Donc, ce qu'on veut pour notre province est d'avoir un système d'éducation extraordinaire, mondial, première du monde et bilingue.
Deputy to Tracadie Shiloh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's been almost 3 months since the Minister of Energy announced his new energy efficiency program. It's become the flagship story of government every time we ask them about the rising cost of living for New Brunswickers. So I think it's appropriate to ask the minister, just kind of to give us an update. How many heat pumps have been installed? Is NB Power, on target to reach their goal for this year? And even more important, how many local heat pump contractors have gone through the process, have been approved, and are on the official NB Power contractor list? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Natural Resources and Energy Development.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate having an opportunity to continue that conversation with the member opposite here publicly in question period. It is a conversation that him and I have had offline as well. The member opposite is quite concerned of making sure that this program rolls out properly, as am I, as are we as government. There's about 500 installs that have already been done. We have worked very closely with the opposition. We are working with the utility. The utility is going to be available to the opposition to make sure that this is done in a transparent fashion. There have been some issues along the way. We've been working very hard to make sure that we overcome those. The contractor network is available to participate in this. The reports I get from the utility is that they're working through them to make sure that we get qualified applications, and we're going to continue to make sure that if there are any wrinkles in the way, this is too important a program to allow challenges to get in the way. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy to Tracadie Shiloh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're a little bit concerned with the rollout. Obviously there's a big snowstorm, across the province, and people, it's heating season. and people are really concerned. I mean, if we look at government, they canceled the $100 home energy rebate program last year. NB Power is asking for the biggest rate increase in over 40 years. So the heating cost is going to become a major issue for a lot of homeowners here in the province. So the minister mentioned that there's 500 heat pumps. What we're hearing on the ground is that just to process the application, instead of being the average 4 to 6 weeks, they're up to 12 to 14 weeks, and there's a waiting list of almost 2 years. So that help can be directed to the homeowners this year. This is actually being pushed down the road. So the best way to actually speed up the process is to include local contractors in the mix. So again, I would ask the ministers, how many local contractors are on the official NB Power list?
Minister of Natural Resources and Energy Development.
Mr. Speaker, to the member opposite, absolutely, I appreciate the question. We agree. We've said, whether it be in the House or in interviews, that the government of New Brunswick certainly won't be an obstacle. We're going to work to make sure that we fund accordingly, we make sure that we react accordingly, we support the utility accordingly. I don't have the exact number of private contractors that are deemed qualified, but that work is being done. I know I've participated directly as a facilitator with the utility and a group of contractors to ensure that there was clear communication if there was any issues related to making sure that their applications were put forward and done accurately. We've availed all of our resources to do it. Like I said, I don't have the exact number of how many contractors have been approved at this point, but we've said that any resources we have available to make sure that we reduce any of those challenges, we do it so that we get it done, so that every contractor available is available to put their hands towards making this program a success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Fredericton South and Leader of the Party.
Mr. Speaker, it's coming on Christmas, and there are many New Brunswick families who would dearly love to receive the gift of financial security this Christmas. Last June, the government distributed the emergency fuel and food benefit to low-income individuals and families, one time only, $225 for individuals, $450 for families. Today, so many of those same people are struggling to pay for their groceries, to pay for a tank of oil, to heat their homes, while staring down a rent increase likely in the new year. Some are likely wondering how they're going to give their kids a Christmas. Mr. Speaker, government has the power, it has the money to make a difference, to give the gift of financial security this winter. So for the love of Pete, will the Minister of Social Development provide a monthly food and fuel benefit to low-income families beginning this Christmas and running until March?
Minister of Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member opposite for the question, and we certainly understand that there are many families that struggle, that we have inflation, and that we have many issues that families are trying to deal with in the province. And we recognize that the one-time benefit the government has done has certainly provided some assistance. You know, Mr. Speaker, discussions have taken place about those things, and as the new year comes, you know, we may have more information on that. But what we can say is that this government has certainly been very attentive to those living on fixed incomes, not only in the one-time benefits that we provided, but also in increasing minimum wage and increasing you know, social assistance recipients with monies that they can earn before having their own benefits rolled back. So we're doing everything, Mr. Speaker, that's at our fingertips to try to help.
Member for Fredericton South and Leader of this Party.
Speaker, I don't know why this government and these ministers are insistent on keeping what they're planning to do so close to their chest. Let's give the families of New Brunswick some hope about what's coming. I want to ask the minister about the rates of income assistance in New Brunswick. They're among the lowest in Atlantic Canada. If you're single, you're expected to live on $625 a month. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, $625 a month? If you're a single mom with a child, you've got to figure out how to live on $1,800 for the entire month. On PEI, the monthly income for a single person is over $1,000, which jumps to $2,200 for a single mom. The New Brunswick Community Common Front and Coalition for Persons with Disabilities are calling on the government to immediately raise income assistance rates. Will the Minister for Social Development raise income assistance rates to at least achieve parity with Prince Edward Island as a first step. They have the money, they have the power, will she do it?
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we continue to thank the members opposite for their questions. And you know what? We have brought in a number of different programs to help out the poor, the working poor, and people even in the middle class. The food and fuel benefit that we brought out earlier this year, and we are looking at other programs, Mr. Speaker. But we're also doing what we can in the meantime. The food and fuel was one thing, but raising the basic personal amount was another. Lowering the taxes was another. As the minister mentioned, the minimum wage was another. The social development, stronger payments is another. I mean, it continues throughout with this government. It continues with the capital budget of over $1 billion to help. If they talked about ventilation in schools, they talked about ventilations in different nursing homes and special care homes. You know what? Yes, we have programs. We are developing that, and we are working to complete that, especially in the school system at this time, to protect our children and the workers in the school system. So yes, it continues, not only for...
Prime Minister. Member for Fredericton South and Leader of the Party.
Monsieur le Président, la plus grande source d'insécurité financière pour les locataires à faible revenu est l'augmentation imminente des loyers. Le ministre du Logement a arrêté l'occasion lundi dernier de présenter un projet de loi visant à prolonger le plafonnement des loyers jusqu'en 2023, qui aurait pu recevoir une proclamation royale ce vendredi. Elle a envisagé d'établir un seuil pour les augmentations de loyers en mars, en imposant aux propriétaires de s'adresser au tribunal de la location à usage d'habitation s'ils souhaitent dépasser ce seuil. Le ministre présentera-t-elle un projet de loi visant à établir un seuil acceptable pour les augmentations de loyers lorsque nous retournerons à l'Assemblée législative en mars?
The Honourable the Premier.
So, Mr. Speaker, a lot of work is going into the housing issues. We met with municipalities. We've gone through the challenges in each particular location. The minister is spending a lot of time understanding, okay, how big an issue is this in each community? Where's the greatest needs? We've met with leaders. And the idea, Mr. Speaker, was putting a system in place that we could actually review, and tenants could appeal any sort of rate increases that were not seen reasonable or appropriate. And we've raised the bar there with the rentalsmen so that we have greater capability to access quickly and to manage it quickly. We have a process there, Mr. Speaker, and a timeline that the minister's put in place in relation to when an increase could be put in place and when it can actually come into effect. And so it's a balancing act, Mr. Speaker, as I think, it's been said many times, between ensuring that adequate housing continues to be built and that the private sector continue to invest in our province and build and meet the needs that we've seen and the challenges that they've been faced, and ensuring that tenants have a way to appeal any sort of unreasonable behaviour by landlords that aren't being responsible. And we will continue that observation and that surveillance. Thank you.
Deputy to Tracadie Shiloh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. MB Power told me yesterday that dealing with more than one contractor was an administrative nightmare. Kind of a little bit concerned about how they're going to be able to handle these major infrastructure projects that are coming down the pipe. Contractors, a lot of contractors have called me over the last couple of days saying that they've applied through the process, over 30 contractors, and not one of them were able to get approved by NB Power. So that tells me either there's a lot of red tape or what they're asking from contractors is not reasonable. So I know the minister said that he didn't have the exact amount of contractors who were on the NB Power contractor list, but can he at least confirm that there's more than one?
Minister of Natural Resources and Energy Development.
Mr. Speaker, to the member opposite, appreciate the conversation here on the floor about this, and the member opposite saying that he had had a chance to speak to NB Power speaks to the fact that we as a government want to make sure that that transparent relationship is there for all parties here in the legislature to be able to have that conversation. I'm actually very encouraged to hear that the member opposite is interacting with the utility and working towards solutions with us. Regardless of the difficulty, the the message was very clearly given to the utility that this needs to be a broad base of contractors, that if they qualify, they apply, or if they apply and they qualify, they get to work. Now, what we've done with that is work through them, and certainly there are some challenges with rolling out a program that is of significance and size like this. But I can confirm, not within a specific number, but there is certainly more than one contractor that is approved and going through the process right now. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The chef de l'opposition officielle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, there's just little time left, but I have so much more that I could go on. Today, I'm baffled to hear the Minister of Health say that we have, right now, the best ever health care that we've ever had in New Brunswick. While there are still people dying in ERs, ambulances are still backed up, emergency rooms are still closing on evenings and weekends all across the province. And then on the other hand, we have the Minister of Education calling out parents, calling out the president for the Canadian Parents for French New Brunswick about coming here and advocating for the best French second language training program that we can have in our province. I think the Minister of Education needs to apologize to them, apologize to that family that are speaking out. Those are parents from Maplehurst where they have had this program shoved down their throats that they weren't aware of, and it's not working. The vocabulary is decreasing. Will the minister stand up and apologize to them?
Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's nice to get another question regarding the LLO project that we're currently undertaking at Maplehurst. Last week, I was extremely disappointed by the stunt that was pulled by Chris Collins and his organization by bringing a student to this gallery and using the student as a prop, by using the parent and not talking about the facts of the program. Chris Collins has gone out and taken one small part of the program. I'm proud of the principal, I'm proud of the teachers, I'm proud of the staff, I'm proud of the students who have all engaged and are working hard to learn French as a language of communication. To pull a stunt like that is shameful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Time for question period has expired. Tabling of documents. Statements by ministers. Presentation of petitions. Answers to petitions and written questions. Presentation of committee reports. Introduction of bills. Notice of motions. The member for St. Croix.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Tuesday, December 20th, 2022, I shall move the following resolution, seconded by the member from Moncton South, that notwithstanding the rules of the Legislative Assembly, following the adoption of this motion, there shall be 5 hours allocated for the order for the third reading and passage of Bills 3, 10, 11, 13, 15, 19, and 21, which shall include the hours spent considering said bills from December 13, 2022 and onward, and at the expiration of the said 5 hours, unless sooner concluded, the Speaker shall interrupt the proceedings and put every question necessary to dispose of the order for third reading and passage of said bills.
The member for St. Croix gives notice of motion for Tuesday, December 20th. Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a few things I'd like to point out. I don't think the motion is receivable. First of all, if you look at our regulations, I don't know how many would know that, but there's no time allocation in the regulations. None. You can look from front page to the back page. There's no rule on time allocation. So with that in mind, you go to the next step and look for precedents. And I'm not going to haul out my Beauchesne book right there now, but that's where most of the precedents are. And the precedents would look at, I'll speak about a minister of the Crown making a motion like that, a minister of the Crown. The other thing it did is it also strongly suggests, in most cases that I've read, that it would be to allocate time on a certain bill. And I heard 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 there, and there's another time allocation already in mode. So on a certain bill. The other thing is that they could allocate time on all the stages of that certain bill. So I say to you, Mr. Speaker, if you use precedent, since we have no choice to because it's not in our regulations, that this time allocation motion would not be deemed receivable, nor would the other one, but it's not been argued yet, and so we will. But this second one is certainly first ministerial. It should be a minister making that solution because you're actually putting time allocation on the time allocation. So it's a sort of a weird concept, and I don't know if this is a historic move by a government, probably by this government, at least, that they put 2 time allocations on the table at the same time. Just doesn't make sense. It shows that there's a lack of organization and a lack of understanding and a lack. The other thing that should be noted in a precedent is that there are 3 steps. If you look at all time allocations throughout, there are 3 steps to time allocation. 3 criteria, basically. And what they have done is move to the last criteria on the first time allocation and this allocation as well. They have not followed any steps that have backing whatsoever. And I say to you, Mr. Speaker, that there's a vacancy in the rules, and it would be important for us to deal with that in procedures and develop a rule on time allocation, since it seems to be the choice of this government to use it and the choice of other governments in the past too to use it. So I think we should develop our own rule to apply it, and I would hesitate to rule that this is acceptable because it may impede on a true resolution of a good regulation on time allocation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, I'll take this under advisement and we will get back to the Assembly. Notice of opposition members' business. The opposition House Leader.
Speaker.
Member for Kent North.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je donne avis à la Chambre que demain, nous allons débattre le projet de loi 27, la loi modifiant la loi sur les normes d'emploi. So I give notice that we will debate Bill 27, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The opposition House Leader.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Puis je donne l'avis aussi que l'opposition officielle va débattre la motion 20. C'est une motion sur le logement abordable et on va suivre ça avec la motion 10 et le calendrier permanent. So we're going to deal with motion 20, which is affordable housing, and followed by motion 10, if time permits us, on a fixed calendar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Government motions for the ordering of the business of the House. Call on the Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, following routine business today, it's the intention of government that we'll debate the time allocation motion 18. Then we will move into third reading of Bill 25, and that debate will go no later than 2:30 p.m., at which time we will adjourn the House. And following adjournment, we will consider Bill 23 in committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, I will give my ruling on the point of order raised by the Opposition House Leader on December 6th with regard to motion 18, which is a time allocation motion. I have ruled on the acceptability of this time allocation motion twice already, in December of 2021 and in October of 2022. The wording of notice of motion is introduced by the member for Carleton York, and it is almost identical to the wording of the previous time allocation motions, ruled to be in order by me and previous speakers. Regarding the Opposition House Leader's point that the motion should not have been introduced by a private member, this is the practice that has been accepted in our House for over 15 years, as it limits the debate on the motion for 2 hours. If the House wishes to change this practice and require a member of the Executive to move such a motion, it can certainly do so through changes to the standing rules. The Opposition House Leader also suggested it was inappropriate for the member for Carleton York to introduce the motion, as he is the chair of the Standing Committee on Economic Policy, and the motion may limit debate in that committee. And while I understand the argument and would caution the government to consider whether it is advisable to have a chair of a committee move a motion in the House to limit debate in his own committee. That said, there have never been any restrictions in this House on which private member may introduce a time allocation motion, and I see no reason to do so now in these circumstances. As I would note that the member for Carleton York is also the government whip, and a motion of this nature could reasonably fall under his responsibilities in that position. With respect to the point raised by the member for Kent North that the time allocation motion is not in order, as there are additional days the House could sit in 2022 and in early 2023, it is not for the Speaker to determine when or how long the House will sit, or how much debate is necessary or appropriate for the bills under consideration. This is a decision for the House to make. This will be the 5th ruling in 9 years related to these types of motions, and the previous rulings have all found that the use of time allocation motions in this manner is acceptable and not contrary to the practices, conventions, and standing rules of the House. Hopefully, this ruling today will finally resolve the issue. As has been said before, if the House wishes to change or clarify how time allocation is applied to bills, it should do so by amending the standing rules. Until then, this is a practice that has developed and been accepted in our House. To conclude, I find notice of motion 18 to be in order and will allow it to proceed to debate. Recognize the member for Carleton York to move the motion.
Mr. Speaker, can we have unanimous consent to remove Bill 24 from this motion since it was referred to the Standing Committee on Law Amendments?
Do we have unanimous consent? Agreed. 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 Proceed.
Notwithstanding the standing rules of the Legislative Assembly, following the adoption of this motion, there shall be 12 hours allocated for the proceedings at all stages of the passage of Bills 16, 18, 22, 23, and 25, which shall include the hours spent considering said bills from December 6, 2022 and onward, and at the expiration of the said 12 hours, unless sooner concluded. The Speaker or the Chair of the Standing Committee on Economic Policy, as the case may be, shall interrupt the proceedings and put every question necessary to dispose of the order for second reading of the said bills. The order for consideration of the said bills in committee and report of the bills to the House, and the order for third reading and passage of said bills, and where necessary, the said bills shall be allowed to advance more than one stage in one day. That, notwithstanding the expiry of said 12 hours, there shall be, if necessary, 20 minutes allocated at committee stage for the consideration of any said bills, if requested by the Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shane, do I? Motion 18, moved by Mr. Ames, seconded by Ms. Baucus, to propose the following resolution on Friday, December 9th, that notwithstanding the standing rules of the Legislative Assembly, following the adoption of this motion, There will be 12 hours allocated for the proceedings at all stages of the passage of Bills 16, 18, 22, 23, and 25, which shall include the hours spent considering said bills from December the 6th, 2022 and onward, and at the expiration of the said 12 hours, unless sooner concluded, the Speaker or the Chair of the Standing Committee on Economic Policy, as the case may be, shall interrupt the proceedings and put every question necessary to dispose of the order for second readings of the said bills. The order for consideration of the said bills in committee and reports of the bills to the House, and the order for third reading and passage of the said bills, and where necessary, the said bills shall be allowed to advance more than one stage in one day. That notwithstanding the expiry of the said 12 hours, there shall be, if necessary, 20 minutes allocated at committee stage for the consideration of any of the said bills, if requested by the Government House Leader. Member for Carl York, do you have any comments? Any other speakers? The Opposition House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do I have 15 or 20? Or 15? Well, I'm the first speaker, so do I get 20?
Nice try.
Well, I'm the first speaker. We're usually allowed 20 minutes on the private motions. So I thought I could get my 20 and my 10 at the end, but I guess not. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak on this motion. I've already made some of my case already. First point I would raise again is that there are no rules in our book that we use for our regulations. There's a lot of stuff missing in this because we rely on precedents. And when you look at precedents, Mr. Speaker, one of them is one of the precedents we use a lot of one book or one is Beauchene's, and you know that, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure you've been involved with looking at Beauchene often enough, and again, I look at Beauchene myself for some guidance because there's no guidance in here. Now, I note in your ruling today, and I appreciate the time you took for your ruling. It wasn't a hasty decision, and it was a ruling that I will respect. The only thing I now have to add a few things to that. I didn't, in my discussion when we had notice of time allocation, I didn't. We weren't prepared for the full discussion, so there are some things in there. But if you look at Beauchene a little bit, because the reason why the difference between a private member making the motion and a Crown member making, a minister making the motion is the debate. You're trying to stop the debate, okay, first of all. So by making a private member, you're actually putting a stoppage on or a curtailment on the debate itself. So you're putting time closure on the time closure allocation. You're only allowing us to speak 2 hours on the time allocation. How many members would be able to speak here in 2 hours? So how much time? So that's why the rule is quite pertinent. And in Beauchene, all the articles that I've read through here, and I didn't read word for word or page for page, I'll be up front with you, Mr. Speaker, is that it refers to ministers making that statement. Ministers doing that. So that's a big thing that should be considered, and maybe that's something we should consider when we look at our bills. That if we do decide that we want to move to a time allocation bill in our House regulations. The other thing it says that's very interesting is that the retroactivity of the time allocation. It's most of the issues that I've read here, it's looking forward. Looking forward. The debate has started on that bill, and they're putting the time allocation on that bill. They sometimes put time, or they put the day. Quite often they'll put a day. At the end of this day, this bill will be disposed of. So they do it on a daily basis quite often. So the retroactivity in cases where there were retroactivity placed on an amendment to come, which would be like a bill to come, was not allowed because they could not do time allocation on something that did not exist. And so with regards to for instance, the example today of the new time allocation, well, we've been debating all those bills for 2 weeks now. So as soon as you pass that time allocation bill, the debate is done. So we haven't finished our debate on some of the motions. We haven't even talked on them yet, so it'd be done, period. So how is that fair? So retroactivity, and I refer to here that it's precedents conflict as to whether foreclosure may be moved on a clause which has not yet been called and postponed, and it's been postponed a number of times. See 4 occasions in 1 year, twice another year, and all clauses had been postponed due to the retroactivity clause of the time allocation. So it's something to think about. Now, they've got basically 6 bills on this time allocation that they're suggesting that we have time allocation. That would give us basically, we're going to debate this for what, 2? That was 6 bills. They've given us the time allocation would give us 2 hours per bill. You know, basically, and with the retroactivity, which had already started, they placed a bill. We had already started debating, so it didn't leave us very much time. So the only power, when you look at the opposition and you look at the government, they're in a majority status, Mr. Speaker. You well know when the votes come up, if they want something, they just have to vote it through, and this and that. So the only power the opposition has is debate. Debate. And right there now, the majority government is taking away that power. They're curtailing debate, and that's a fact. So they can curtail. If they don't like what we're saying, if they don't like to hear what we're saying, even if we're not saying anything, they can throw the bill in, and get it done that way. Now, we only have 25 sitting days this session, and I think we've passed, I'm guessing here, if you look at the bill numbers, we're up around 25 or so, maybe more, with the capital expenditures and supplementary estimates. If that's there's a motion there that would count. So we're almost doing 1 a day. So we've had lots of time. We could have come back earlier. We could have stayed later. So that's all there. So when we talk about majority governments, there's 46 MLAs in this government, in this House right there now, because there's 3 vacancies. So that's not a slim majority for the government. I believe they have somewhere in the high 20s is the numbers, and we're in below 20. So it's not like a slim minority. In fact, when they had a slim minority, and they formed the government, were there any time allocation bills? No. So that tells you. And if you go back to other governments, the government preceding this, they used time allocation as well. And again, they were in a strong majority position. And it seems to be something that majority governments like to do, basically. So that's the time allocation is silencing parliamentary democracy. Actually, you know, that's the thing that has to be considered. Are we actually removing a part of democracy? And you know that where democracy is under attack around the world. And you know, when you start removing and chip away at democratic principles and values, what happens is democracy loses its place. People get upset with democracy after a while because it can't get anything done. They're stopping debate. They can't express ourselves. So how are the people going to express themselves in the future? If their representatives can't express themselves, if I can't stand up here and talk on each bill, and we have a right. It's a right as a democratic establishment here with 49 MLAs. They all have a right to speak. And there's no way with time allocation in this sense made by a private member will we have a chance to speak on every bill that we want to. We don't have a choice anymore. We have to pick and choose. You can talk today. I know you want to talk. You'll talk on this. You can talk tomorrow. No, I'd like to talk today. Well, we don't have time. We're not allowed. We're not allowed. What? You know, what does that represent? And so democracy is under attack, and we're not helping it in this place. And
We know it's been used before. We know it's been used before and why it's been used. And we know why people don't like it being used and why they like it not being used so that they can use it to their advantage. But the debate is the only solution we have to basically looking at what goes on. So one of the things that I want to also mention is all the procedures with regards to time allocation in other places. They talk about the 3 criteria that I mentioned to you earlier today, and the first step in that time allocation or attempt to, because it's looked at time allocation is considered a time management tool for the House to get things done. But you got to make an honest effort to get that done. You have to make sure that the time management, you have enough time. You just don't shorten up the time and say we're going to manage that shorter period of time. We've come back here and we've got 25 bills thrown at us. Some of them could have been done next spring. There is no reason why, and speaking of retroactivity, this House has already, this government has already passed bills later on past the January 1st deadline and making it retroactive to January 1st, which isn't the best thing to do, but if they're really stuck, they could. They really wanted to, especially if it's a positive bill like they claim it is, like giving money to the rich. I'm sure the rich would appreciate that and wouldn't mind waiting a couple of extra months, So I think that's so. The first criteria in time allocation that we should look at is all parties agree. So you wouldn't need it, right? You wouldn't need it. So you set a game plan out. You meet with the House leaders face to face. 3 House leaders get together and we iron it out, okay? And in that agreement, there are some criteria that want to be met. We want to spend more time on this bill, less time on this bill. How much do you think? And there's flexibility there. Flexibility, you give and take. But I can assure you, there was no type of discussion with the parties before the House opened on the bills coming. In fact, we don't even know what bill is coming from day to day. That could be in the time allocation or the lack of time allocation. That could be in the agreement. Okay, we'll let you know ahead of the day before. We can line up our speakers. We have to sit here and wait to the end of the day, end of the routine proceedings, to find out who's going to speak next. What bill are we doing? And they're all on the order paper. We could be in any order. So we have to sort of get all our speakers ready and lined up. But it would be more orderly, save more time, if we knew ahead of time. In fact, other places, you stand up on a Thursday and the opposition leader asks what they call the Thursday question to the government House leader. Said, what's your business for the next week? And they know their business. They knew how many bills. They had all those bills printed, 25 bills. They could have listed them off, and here's the bills, and you follow the order from there. And there are some changes that happen in that, so that could have been done. So that's the first step, is all parties agree. The second step is the majority parties agree. So if there's some discussion, maybe one party doesn't really like it, but the government does definitely have to agree on it, first of all, plus maybe other parties. And the third one is there's no agreement, then you go to that third level of decision-making, which is what the government does. But they've done this in reverse, and the last part of it is no discussion whatsoever. Now, in the time allocation today, the government House leader and the government were caught because they made some mistakes early in the session. They made some serious mistakes with regards to the order of the bills being presented, and we told them that before. We told them the last session when they were caught at the end and they tried to squeeze everything in. They want royal assent to be done. Well, then then they always say, well, we have to get it done. We have to get it. There's always an urgency to the government at the end as they approach their adjournment. Now we're going to adjourn the House. And we haven't had that debate yet, but they want to put it back in March 21st. March 21st. So when will we have any? So we're not debating from January to March 21st. And then here we have time allocation. We're getting, as I said, democracy is suffering, and I certainly cannot agree with this time allocation, and there should have been more discussion before any of this is utilized. And you use that discussion should happen before the session begins as to what you want to achieve, and there maybe we could have had 20 bills done rather than 25. Which ones we could wait? And there's tons of them that can wait. So I see my time is fast approaching. There's a time allocation on this because it's a private member that did it. So I have a time allocation. I have a number of documents I had here. Some of them I haven't dealt with yet, but I can't. I can't share what I have to with you, nor can some of my other members, nor can those members. And we'll hope to listen to someone from the government side talk about this. Is the cabinet in favour of this time allocation? Did they suggest it? Do they recommend it? You know, maybe I don't know. Maybe they're against it, but we'll never know. We'll never know how they feel. Am I finished? Okay. Thank you for the time.
I recognize the member for Kent North.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, pour l'occasion de parler sur la motion 18. Si je ne me trompe pas, là, il y en a deux, là, fait que je suis un peu mêlé, mais c'est la motion 18 qu'on parle d'aujourd'hui. Madame la Présidente, d'avoir un recours systématique à des lois bâillons comme celle-ci, ou des motions de bâillonnement, est le symptôme d'un plus grand problème. Un grand problème dont on refuse collectivement de s'attaquer ici même à l'Assemblée législative. Gouvernement après gouvernement, on le sait, on l'entend tout le temps. Ça fait penser un peu comme deux jeunes à la maternelle qui jouent, puis ils se blâment un, puis l'autre, puis ben vous autres, vous l'avez fait, puis vous autres, vous l'avez fait, puis vous autres, vous l'avez fait. Madame la Présidente, mais pendant ce temps-là, on fait rien. On fait rien, on ne change pas ce qui nous a amené à ça. Il y a des études, heureusement, Madame la Présidente, il y a des études qui traitent la question des lois bâillons. Il y en a une, en fait, qui s'appelait un bâillonnement à la démocratie ou une gestion efficace du temps. Donc, il y a des gens qui se posent ces questions-là. Et on ne peut pas dire, Madame, selon cette étude-là, il est assez clair qu'on ne peut pas dire que la centralisation des pouvoirs politiques au sein des membres haut placés du personnel du cabinet du premier ministre et des organismes centraux du gouvernement ne peut expliquer en soi le déclin du rôle législatif des parlementaires. Et donc, bien que la centralisation du pouvoir a son rôle à jouer, ce n'est pas la seule raison, ce n'est pas ça ne peut pas expliquer uniquement. Ce problème-là ne peut pas être expliqué uniquement par la centralisation du pouvoir. Dans l'étude, il continue en disant les changements apportés au règlement de la Chambre par des députés ou à travers des précédents qu'on crée, nous ici, dans la Chambre, on réduit la possibilité des députés puissent influencer la formulation finale des projets de loi d'initiative ministérielle. Et donc, Madame la Présidente, moi, je ne comprends pas pourquoi on continue d'avoir recours à ça sans qu'on s'en parle. Là, on va débattre cette motion ici, puis je doute fortement, malheureusement, qu'un membre du gouvernement va se lever pour nous en parler. Puis moi, j'encouragerais les membres du gouvernement, surtout ceux, les députés d'arrière-ban, de se lever et d'en parler parce que c'est nos droits collectifs qu'on est en train de brimer en tant que parlementaires. C'est les parlementaires présents aujourd'hui, au nom de l'efficacité du bureau du premier ministre, qu'on va permettre d'outrepasser notre rôle en tant que législateur. Donc, moi, j'encouragerais fortement les députés d'arrière-ban du gouvernement de se lever parce que c'est leur temps de parler, c'est leur temps de faire valoir les points des gens qui les ont élus, qui est aussi bâillonné, Madame la Présidente. La conclusion de l'étude, je ne vais pas vous faire l'étude au complet, je ne vais pas vous lire l'étude au complet, je vous le suggère par contre, je vous le suggère, s'il y a des gens qui ont la chance de le lire, c'est une bonne lecture, ça se fait assez rapidement, il y a des graphiques puis des tableaux intéressants sur l'utilisation des bâillons au niveau fédéral, surtout. Mais on le voit que c'est maintenant utilisé ici au Nouveau-Brunswick, fait que c'est de l'information qui nous est utile. Mais en conclusion, on dit qu'en l'absence d'une volonté claire du gouvernement de modifier les règles, quel que soit le parti au pouvoir, l'attribution de temps va continuer de lui être très utile comme méthode de gestion de temps. Mais, tant que cet article, ici on parle des règlements du fédéral, fait qu'il parle d'un article parce que les autres, c'est écrit dans les règlements. Nous autres, on n'est même pas rendus là, c'est même pas écrit dans nos règlements. L'attribution de temps continuera d'être un moyen très efficace de limiter les débats et donc de réduire au silence les députés d'arrière-ban du gouvernement et l'opposition. Donc, Madame la Présidente, pour moi, c'est clairement une attaque à notre institution démocratique. C'est clairement une attaque à l'utilité de l'Assemblée législative. Si on ne se donne pas, nous, en tant que membres, quand est-ce que la dernière fois que PP Lock s'est rencontré? Le comité PP Lock. C'est un comité qui se rencontre pratiquement pas. C'est un comité qui se rencontre pratiquement pas, mais c'est un comité qui a une importance énorme dans la façon qu'on gère nos affaires ici à l'Assemblée. Les membres du gouvernement rentrent. Oh. Il y a de quoi qui sonne, Madame la Présidente. Je ne sais pas si c'est le vent qui rentre dans les vitres ou quoi, mais il semble vanter beaucoup, beaucoup dehors. Fait que c'est peut-être ça les bruits qu'on entend, Madame la Présidente. Ce que j'allais pour dire, c'est que le comité PP Lock ne se rencontre pratiquement pas, mais pourtant, le comité de PP Lock a un rôle extrêmement important à jouer. On devrait avoir des discussions sur comment est-ce que notre Assemblée fonctionne et fonctionne mieux pour tous les députés. Je suis très ouvert, moi, Madame la Présidente, dans la façon d'être obligé de faire les choses à cette Assemblée législative, parce que le gouvernement limite constamment les outils que les députés ont à leur disposition pour faire le travail qu'ils ont été envoyés ici à faire. Au niveau du gouvernement, à travers probablement de salaire de ministre, de loyauté, d'un petit peu de paye à gauche puis à droite, on est capable de contrôler son monde. Mais il reste que ça ne devrait pas être comme ça. C'est l'Assemblée législative. moi, je sais que j'ai des affinités avec certains membres du gouvernement. Pas toutes. Il y en a un en particulier que j'en ai pas beaucoup. Mais j'ai certaines affinités avec certains membres du gouvernement sur certains enjeux. Et en tant que député de l'opposition, on serait capable de travailler sur des projets communs et d'amener certaines solutions communes ici à l'Assemblée législative. Malheureusement, ça arrive très rarement, pratiquement pas. Ça arrive à quelques reprises quand même, puis je lève mon chapeau aux ministres qui sont ouverts à ces genres de façon de faire là. Mais ça n'arrive pas souvent, Madame la Présidente, mais pourtant, ça devrait arriver beaucoup plus souvent. Je sais que la coopération, la collaboration, ça demande du travail, ça demande du temps. Hein? Quand on ne voit pas des enjeux de la même façon, c'est correct, mais ça prend du temps pour essayer de trouver des façons productives, constructives, de faire passer certains projets de loi. Le gouvernement a une majorité, fait qu'il peut quand même passer des projets de loi que moi, je serai complètement contre. Puis il n'y aura peut-être pas de façon de collaborer sur chaque projet de loi, mais je pense qu'il y a certains projets de loi que définitivement un regard et une ouverture plus sincère de la part du gouvernement, je pense que l'opposition pourrait améliorer plusieurs des projets de loi, Madame la Présidente, qui sont présentés. Mais pour ça, il faut qu'on siège. Il faut qu'on vienne à l'Assemblée législative travailler. Il faut que les comités se rencontrent. Moi, je verrais bien, d'une façon très positive, que les comités, les vice-présidences, seraient des membres de l'opposition. Comme ça, quand on prépare les agendas de comité, on est mieux représenté. Les comités ne sont pas un outil de l'exécutif. Les comités ne sont pas un outil du bureau du premier ministre. Ce n'est pas un outil des employés du bureau du premier ministre. Pourtant, combien de fois en comité qu'on voit le gouvernement arriver avec un agenda déjà préparé, une liste de noms de personnes qui doivent siéger à quelque part, des décisions qui doivent être prises, et c'est des ordres directs de l'aile exécutive. On le voit arriver à plusieurs reprises, ce qui fait juste augmenter le cynisme de la part de députés, mais de la part aussi des citoyens et des citoyennes, à qui on est tous redevables. Et donc, tant aussi longtemps qu'on ne voudra pas regarder collectivement à notre façon de fonctionner, notre façon de faire, les pouvoirs qu'on a le droit, qu'on serait supposé d'avoir en tant que législateur, c'est certain que les députés vont devoir user tous les outils à leur disposition pour mettre la pression sur le gouvernement, essayer d'amener des changements, puis ça va malheureusement continuer d'être très conflictuel au lieu d'être plus, comment je pourrais dire, plus... finalement, c'est de la démocratie, c'est du parlementarisme. Finalement, c'est ça qu'on est supposé de faire, c'est de discuter. Puis, comme que j'ai dit, Madame la Présidente, il y a des fois qu'on va être complètement en désaccord avec un projet de loi, puis il n'y aura pas de façon d'arriver à un compromis. Mais le gouvernement pourra user cette majorité-là à ces moments-là. Mais autre que ça, le fonctionnement de la Chambre, l'allocation de temps, la fonctionnalité de nos comités, ça, Madame la Présidente, c'est notre responsabilité. Ce n'est pas la responsabilité du gouvernement. Le gouvernement utilise son pouvoir de whipper leurs membres, de soumettre leurs membres à une façon de penser. Mais moi, je pense que ça, c'est une attaque directe aux privilèges qu'on a en tant que membre individuel, de députés individuels ici dans cette Chambre. Madame la Présidente. On l'a déjà parlé, on siège très peu au Nouveau-Brunswick. Si je sors les chiffres de nouveau, au Nouveau-Brunswick, on siège à peu près 40 jours. Je pense que le chiffre-là est peut-être a descendu là, dans il me semble les derniers chiffres que j'ai eus, c'est 36 ou 38 ou quelque chose comme ça. Mais d'autres provinces, Madame la Présidente, la Saskatchewan, 76 jours par année. L'Alberta, 51 jours par année. Manitoba, 80 à 85 jours par année. Le Yukon, 60 jours par année. Terre-Neuve et Labrador, 53 jours par année. Ah, désolé, j'ai terminé.
Thank you very much, Madame la Présidente. And I guess it's my 15 minutes of fame, and I get to get up and talk about the closure motion. And it probably doesn't show, but I'm actually very angry, Madame la Présidente. I'm angry because I'm not able to do my job as a legislature. I just can't do my job. And I'll tell you guys a little story about doing your job. So I grew up in a mining town. And, my dad was a miner, and then the parents of all my friends were miners. And for them, hard work, it was important for them. It was their way of, bringing value to what they do. And, when I was younger, I remember my dad was a bricklayer, did cement and stuff like that on the weekends. So when I was younger, I was about 13, 14, he started saying, listen, like, now you've got to, you got to start working. So, I would go on job sites with him and stuff like that, and I was just a wee fella. I mean, the wheelbarrow full of cement weighed more than I did. And I was tired, and I remember the old guys who were on the job site, they told me, when you get your paycheck at the end of the week, you're going to be so proud because you will know that you have earned this money. And that always stuck with me for my entire life, that, when we do something, you've got to earn your paycheck. Well, that's exactly what we're trying to do here as legislators. We're trying to earn the money that we're being paid, to do our work. We're trying to earn the wage, and and show and the confidence that people put in us. This is how we do it here on the legislature floor. But what's happening is, because of these motions, we're not able to actually do our work correctly. So instead of having, all the time that's necessary to debate the bill, and I got up yesterday and I talked about it, about, the importance of doing your due diligence every step of the way. And I know there's maybe not everybody heard the speech yesterday, but, I always like to talk about how a bill is adopted into a law, like the different steps that you've got to follow. And the different, as legislators, as the official opposition, the work that we have to do, when the bill goes through first reading, when it goes through second reading, committee, and third reading. And again, yesterday when I got up, I mentioned the fact that, how important it was to really follow the bill from start to finish, because our job is not necessarily to shut the door on everything the government is going to table. Our job is to make sure that what is being tabled makes sense, that they took the time to, dot all the I's and cross the T's, and, it happens. We're all human. Sometimes, you forget something, or sometimes you kind of look at it in a certain way, and you say, well, a different perspective sometime, or, helps, or, another pair of eyes on the bill sometimes, will permit you to maybe see something that you've missed. But again, sometimes that takes time, Madame la Présidente. You can't expect to table a bill and 1 hour later, you know, we give it third reading and then it goes to royal assent. That's just not how it works. You know, like I've got members here, like for example, the member from Campbellton-Dalhousie. I've never seen a hard worker like you know, the member from that region. He, you know, when the bill is tabled, you can't talk to him. He kind of isolates himself in the office, goes through the bill, reads it from you know, top to start to finish, you know, takes notes, so that when we go back into caucus the next day, he's ready. It's a work ethic that's enviable, and I try to keep up with him. It's not easy, but you know, I'm trying to pick up on his good habits and do the exact same thing, and we should all do that. And whether you're in the opposition or in government, everybody should be doing that. You know, a lot of times the government members kind of just have confidence in ministers. Say, listen, well, if you table it, I've got confidence in you that you've done all your work. But they've also got a role to play, an important role, Madame la Présidente, a very important role. They are also allowed to get up here in the House and ask questions. They're allowed to get up and say, well, listen, I agree with this, but I don't agree with that. I don't remember the last time someone from that side got up. You know, even the closure motion, the member who tabled it didn't even want to speak on it. All he did was just table the motion, and then, you know, I've got nothing more to say. But then here we are on our side saying, well, why would they table this motion? Like, can you justify the reasons why you brought this forward? But we're not getting that, Madame la Présidente. You know, like it's like a hot potato. Like the table motion that was on paper, it's like, well, who's going to read it? And you see it being passed around on that side. Who is going to end up with a hot potato? And who's going to have to get up and read the closure motion? You know, and the unlucky fella in the back, he was the one that ended up with a hot potato. So he got up, you know, read the motion, and here we are having to pass 6 bills in very, very little time. I Googled the closure motion. I was kind of curious, you know, like my colleague, I think, did the same thing. And most governments use it for urgent bills only. Urgent bills, Madame la Présidente. Des lois urgentes. Now, when I read that, I said, okay, well, let's look over the bills that are, you know, part of the closure motion. How urgent are they? So I fell on Bill 11, Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour. You know, that bill was, and it's flotation devices for fishermen. I said, okay, well, that's actually a very good bill. And I actually got up and I actually praised the minister. And I'm not very generous with my compliments, but I said, you know what? Put your differences aside and, you know, give credit where credit is due. And I praised him for it until we got to committee, until I found out that he just wants to implement this in 2024. So I said, okay, that's no problem. But then I'm asking myself, well, then why did he table it now? Why did he not take a little bit more time to consult? And why did the minister force a member to add it to the closure motion? Why did he do that? That's the million-dollar question. That's what everybody's asking. So if you're using closure motion for urgent bills, would that one be considered urgent? You know, there's other bills also on the Stadler over there on the order paper. Now, I got a little bit distracted, and I would like to really get into a debate, but again, I want to stick to the closure motion debate because, you know, every time it's time for debate, it's, you know, it's, anyways, I don't want to get into that. Let's get back to the closure motion because I'm very limited in my time, and I know you're probably going to get up and bring me back on track because I usually have a tendency to wander off, and you know, not everybody likes that. The other thing that I kind of Googled, I kind of was interested to see, well, what are other governments doing with the closure motion, and how do we compare to them? Are we using it too often? Not enough? I know that I've never seen a government use it so often than the government that's before us now. It's unreal, unreal, the amount of bills that they're passing through closure. You know, there was a member from Miramichi, my former colleague. She was very good to vocalize the frustration that we felt on this side. You know, and so I'm going to try to get back to the bill, Madame la Présidente. So I compared us to just our neighboring province, Quebec. So in 5 years, they actually used the closure motion to pass 53 bills. The way this government is going, they're going to break that record. It's unreal. Unreal the amount of bills that are being passed through closure. And it's supposed to be used for urgent laws. It's supposed to be a clause in the legislation saying if we have an urgent bill that needs to pass and the opposition is trying to play games, then this tool could be used to, to force a debate, put a timeline on the debate, and make sure that it passes. But how do you justify, how do you explain to the public that Bill 11 for life jackets, that's only going to come into effect in 2024, needs to be on this closure bill? How are you going to explain to the public that we need to get this bill passed by Christmas? The truth is, Madame la Présidente, is what they want to do is just clean the slate. They don't want to come back at the beginning of January to continue the work that we've been doing. They don't want to come back in February to continue the work that we've been doing. They actually came out and said we want to come back March 21st. So they want to come back with a clean slate. They want to go home and says, you know what, we passed all these bills and we're going to start over in March. Yeah, it's great for them. It's great for them because administratively, maybe it's a lot easier to do that. But it's not how we work here in the Legislative Assembly. It's not how we do things. And we understood that when we were in government because we actually gave the time necessary to all the bills. We gave the opposition time to debate, and we weren't afraid that the opposition was questioning us. We said, you want to question us? We will give you all the time in the world to question us, because it's your job and we respect the process. But we're not getting this from this government, Madame la Présidente. We are only allowed to question the bills that they want us to question on, and the bills that we do have questions, well, let's throw them into the closure motion. Let's give them a time limit and says, you know what, these bills, push them through. You can only ask a few questions. So they're on track to set new records. Now, they might think it's a good thing, but I don't think it's a record that you guys want, on your, I don't think this is a trophy that you want in the anteroom, that every morning that you get, when you come into work, you see it, say, listen, we're the government that passed the most bills through closure motion. Because that's what you have there. You're going to get that trophy if you continue doing things the way you are. I think all we're asking, Madame Présidente, is to say, listen, if there is an urgent bill on the list, well, then let's have the House leaders come together and talk. I know our House leader on this side is one of the most reasonable person that I know. You can talk about him about anything, Madame la Présidente. He's a great guy, and you know what? And he's reasonable. He was a federal MP. He was a... Have the House leaders come together. Have them hash out that debate behind closed doors. Have the House leader from government come to our office. He's got a, he'll be greeted with open arms and say, listen, there's this one bill that we really have to get through. How many hours of debate do you guys need? But there's none of that, Madame la Présidente, none of it. It's like the dialogue has been, there is no dialogue. The lines of communications have been broken, Madame la Présidente, broken. And it's nothing our side done, because we want to work with government. We're still using the word collaboration. We still want to collaborate with government because we want the best for New Brunswick. But it's not a word that they're using anymore. When they were in a minority government, my God, they used it every second word was about collaboration. As soon as they got the majority, as soon as they got the members that they needed to run the show, that word was erased from their speeches, from their vocabulary. I haven't heard it since. I don't remember the last time the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources got up and says, you know what, I want to collaborate with the opposition. I don't remember the last time that he's ever said that. But when he was in minority situation, my God, it was like, he was just, opening the door, offering coffee, come in, let's work together, let's do what's best for the province of New Brunswick. Since then, nothing. Nothing. I waited 45 minutes outside his door because I said, you know what, I want to talk to him about an issue. 45 minutes. No answer. I knocked, I walked around, I actually slipped a page under the door saying, I'm here, open up. Nothing. I'm through waiting 45 minutes at the door of the minister or the member from Albert County. So, Madame la Présidente, my time is up. I think everybody knows now that I'm obviously against this closure motion. I would have loved to be able to speak a little bit longer because I wanted to explain the exact process of how to adopt the bill. There's different stages, and it's very important to understand that. But I won't have the time to actually do my speech, but I will get up probably on the second motion because they don't want to just introduce one, they introduced two, Madame la Présidente, two closure motions. We've never seen that in the history of this province.
I recognize the member for Fredericton South, Leader of his party.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, time allotment motions, Madam Speaker, have become a tradition in this Legislative Assembly, and not all traditions are good. And this is one of the bad ones. And I say they become a tradition because they've been used frequently by both the Liberals and the Conservatives when they're in government. The Conservatives are on their 13th turn at running the government in the last 100 years. I checked. The Liberals, not that long ago, completed their 12th term at running the government. 12 times running the government, 13 times running the government. And how things have changed, Madam Speaker, where in the past there was a sense of respect for this Legislative Assembly, a sense that the time spent in this legislature is valuable, that we are on the voters' time, on citizens' time, Madam Speaker, and over the last number of years across a number of governments, that sense of respect is gone. The sense of respecting the time, not wasting time, are gone. I mean, it's one thing, Madam Speaker, it's one thing to prolong a debate on a matter of principle, to make the point. It's one thing to essentially filibuster on something fundamental, on an important principle. It's another thing to rag the puck. And Madam Speaker, I have seen the puck raggers on both sides of this House since I've been here, and they know who they are. They're good at it, but they just waste time. Not because I think it's a good idea, but because the folks in the back rooms think it's time to rag the puck. And so the puck gets ragged. And it's embarrassing, not over some principle, but over some tactic or over some sense of hurt that one side has done to the other. Oh, we'll show them, we'll rag the puck. I think New Brunswickers, if they were paying attention, and most don't anymore, most don't pay attention to what we're doing in this Legislative Assembly. And that's a terrible situation. How did we get here? You know, well, certainly it begins, I think, with the McKenna sweep. when the Liberals had 100% of the seats. Suddenly the Legislative Assembly seemed unimportant, just a rubber stamp, because essentially, in reality, the same party held all seats in the House. And we've never really recovered from that, I would say, Madam Speaker. You know, the Liberals, when they were in government, they would bring a blizzard of bills. I remember describing the blizzard of bills. Impossible to deal with in the time available. And so then they'd bring in time allocation. And the Conservatives would rag the puck. The Conservatives bring in, I wouldn't say a blizzard of bills, but significant numbers of important bills with only a relatively short period of time to address them, aggravated by time wasting, ragging the puck, and it's just so predictable. It's sad, you know. It's oh well, puck gets ragged, time is wasted, government's all in a tizzy about getting bills through, and so they bring in time allocation. So you have to ask, Madam Speaker, what is the rush on important bills? You know, you can see on an individual bill there may be an argument, and I've seen it happen. The government makes an argument that this bill has got to get through by this date for this reason, and if it's a sound reason, everyone can agree to that. But just because it disrupts the particular schedule they had laid out for getting things done is no excuse to bring in time allotment, to close off debate, to close off the potential for amendments. You know, I think of the Child Welfare Act bill, Madam Speaker, and how many important amendments were brought at committee for that bill. Think of bills that get jammed through with time allotment, important ones that could benefit from some amendments. Well, we'll never know. We'll never know, Madam Speaker, because with time allotment, they're just getting rammed through. That's not what we're here for. We're supposed to be lawmakers. We're supposed to be representatives of our constituents in the making of laws. And so that means we need a work environment, a workplace where we can do our jobs. And that's not the case. The legislature has devolved into something else altogether, Madam Speaker. And that does a disservice to those who voted for us to be here, does a disservice to all citizens, including those who have given up on voting. I mean, you just have to look. You just have to look at the level of alienation between voters and citizens and government and their politicians, their representatives. It's grown immensely over the years, immensely. And we have to ask ourselves the hard questions. Why? Why did that happen? Why are politicians now at the bottom of the heap in terms of least trusted people in an occupation? Below used car salesmen. No disrespect to used car salesmen, but they used to be down at the lower bottom of the list for some reason or another. But here we are. So why do we not stop and say, what's going on? Is this good for democracy, or is this a serious, is this the canary in the coal mine, a warning that we've got a problem? And you look at what the Premier in Alberta tried to get away with there recently. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Putting powers of the Legislative Assembly itself, intending to into the executive branch. She had to back away from that. But this is where we've come to, Madam Speaker. And we have to work together to come back from the precipice here as we teeter on the loss of a meaningful representative democracy in this province. And where can that begin, Madam Speaker? At PP Locke, at committee. If the chair, who currently is the member for Gagetown-Petitcodiac, would just call a meeting, because apparently the membership can't initiate a meeting, it's up to the chair, and despite the wishes of the members. If he would just call a meeting and we could have an agreement among the third party, the official opposition and the government to actually look at our rules, to look at our rules in a thoughtful way to see how we could improve them to bring about a more meaningful use of our time in this Legislative Assembly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to the orders of the day, it is now 12 o'clock, and we will recess for lunch.
Bill? Motion. Resuming the adjourned debate on motion 18. Call on the member for Victoria Lavallee.
If I would be an honorary member of the Green Party, maybe you would give me his 7 minutes as well, Mr. Speaker. But unfortunately, I'm not.
Time is running, member.
Yes, I know. I'm just listening to some of the comments from the other side, Mr. Speaker, and trying to decide what I should do with them. I guess the best option is to do nothing. So motion 18, Mr. Speaker, would see basically closure invoked and the stoppage of all debate on more than a half a dozen bills, Mr. Speaker. And just today we see another motion similar that does the same for probably more than another half a dozen bills. So we've got over a dozen bills involved in closure, Mr. Speaker, and there's more to be said. I mean, we have a bill, Mr. Speaker, that's going to give tax breaks to people that are making over $100,000 a year and up. They're going to get the biggest tax breaks, and those below that, Mr. Speaker, will see precious little of a tax break, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, we've already got so much inequality that why wouldn't we not be able to discuss that and try and maybe amend that bill so that we could see people on the lower end of the income scale who need more help than ever, Mr. Speaker, in these hard times where heating bills are astronomical and rents are going up. Why would we not see them receive more help? But, Mr. Speaker, because of time allocation, we're not able to really discuss that bill and try and make some important changes to it. And, Mr. Speaker, we often hear from the members of this government, and they love that, Mr. Speaker. They're looking in the rearview mirror on what happened and who they can blame for their whatever they're doing, and they always say, well, the previous government did it, the previous government did it, and it was the previous government that put the system in place, and it was not us, it's not us, it's never us, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, what they don't seem to understand, and I'm going to use the words, I guess, of the Education Minister. What is the word he uses?
Baffled.
It baffles me, Mr. Speaker, that they don't understand that anything that a previous government did, this government can change. So if they don't agree, and we see that, Mr. Speaker, with French immersion, they were able to change that because that's, you know, that's their prerogative as a government. So for them to look and say, previous governments invoked closure, previous governments did this and that, it doesn't really hold a lot of water, Mr. Speaker, because if they're not in agreement with those things, they have all the power in the world to change it right now. They have the votes to do so. They can put all of the functioning of the House back the way they want it or the way they feel it should be, Mr. Speaker, but obviously they don't have an issue with it because they've never done so. So in my mind, Mr. Speaker, when they say previous governments have invoked closure, I think they need to stop looking at the past and start looking at the present, how we can move forward in a more constructive way. And limiting debate on bills, Mr. Speaker, is certainly not, you know, a very constructive way, because we don't get to have any input whatsoever. We don't get to voice our concerns and our opinions on the legislation that they put forward. So I find that troubling, Mr. Speaker, because there are some bills, as I said, like the income tax bill and several others in there that I would certainly like to speak on. And we're not getting the chance, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, it's troubling enough when you have a government putting one closure motion forward, but when you see the second one coming on top of the first one, it's like, honestly, Mr. Speaker, they can't really get their act together and figure out exactly what they want to close on. And many of these bills are not really of consequence or of a dire need that they need to actually, stifle debate on them. They could always, set them aside and bring them back after the break, Mr. Speaker, which, by the way, is going to be 3 months long, which I think is a little too long. Now, I know one of the members opposite said, yeah, well, there's committees sitting, but we have yet to really see a schedule. I know that the committee that I'm on, that I chair, is actually going to sit for a couple of weeks, Mr. Speaker, but besides that, I have no schedule. We don't know which committees are sitting or if there are committees sitting. So I don't know that that's an excuse to say that we need to invoke closure and we have to do this and then we're going to have to recess until March 21st. I think, Mr. Speaker, that all of this is just a way to escape scrutiny. It's a way to escape accountability, and it's a way to maybe, silence the opposition a little bit, because it's a lot harder for us to get our message out when the House is closed. So I really think that there's more to this than meets the eye, and I absolutely find that disturbing, Mr. Speaker, because as I've said, there's bills in there that could be set aside. They could be put off until after, even if we said, okay, we'll go with the recess that the government's proposed and we'll come back on March 21st. Well, some of those bills could be debated then. Some of the ones that aren't that pressing, and I believe that there's quite a few that aren't pressing, Mr. Speaker, that could be debated at a later time, and we could, be more robust in our debate, and we could be more robust in our questions in committee. When we limit debate and when we limit committee, it allows precious little time for us as an opposition, excuse me, for us as an opposition to question the bill, to find out what the inner workings of the bill are and how the bill is going to affect people, who's been consulted, Mr. Speaker, and many times no one's been consulted, and that's an important fact that we like to try and bring out, Mr. Speaker, that there is usually precious little consultation on any of these bills. So I'm a little dry here, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we need more time on some of these bills in committee. We need more time to question some of these bills. We need more time to discuss these bills. And there's many other things that we could actually, that I'm sure that are affected by these bills that we could be discussing and actually working to try and help this government to make these bills better. We've seen in the past when they rush bills through, when they push them through really fast, we've seen them have to come back and actually change the bill after it's already passed. And that's a product of them, Mr. Speaker, trying to be in a hurry and to push everything through without the proper debate, without the proper consultation, without the proper scrutiny that a lot of this needs. So I do find it disturbing that we have a motion of closure and that we now have a motion of closure on a motion of closure. And Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering that if they feel that there's something that they may have missed, that we may see a third motion of closure on top of a motion of closure, which is on top of a motion of closure. And it starts to get a little confusing for me, and sometimes I would say, and probably some of the members opposite would say, well, that's not hard to do, to confuse the member, but sometimes I find it confusing. There's so many of these rules and regulations, and I think, Mr. Speaker, that a government who was looking out for the best interest of the province would somehow change the rules that would allow, Mr. Speaker, a minimum number of hours of debate on these bills. If there was a minimum hour before we could invoke closure, Mr. Speaker, then we could at least assure that there was some sort of debate. Some of these bills are going to see precious little, I would say, if any, debate or any scrutiny when they get to the committee stage. So I would think that a responsible... Oh, thank you so much. She's so thoughtful. Yeah, I would think, as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, I would think that a responsible government would look at what's going on and say, no, we can't really do this. We cannot push, a dozen bills through in a matter of weeks because there's just way too much detail that's going to be overlooked and way too little scrutiny. And a responsible government, Mr. Speaker, would look to change the rules of the House and say, we're going to allow, I don't know, I'm just going to throw it out there, we're going to allow, no more than 30 hours debate before we invoke closure. So, and that would be a reasonable amount. I mean, Mr. Speaker, yes, sometimes, things get a little unreasonable and the debate seems to drag on a little bit too long, but there has to be some kind of middle ground where we can say, at least we had 20 hours or 30 hours to debate this bill before they invoke closure. Now, I don't know, I'm just drawing numbers out of a hat, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if it would be 20 or 10, but I would think that there would be a minimal amount of debate and questioning in committee that would be acceptable, and I would hope that this government would consider that going forward. I know that it's too late because these bills, unfortunately, will be bullied through by the end of the week, most likely, Mr. Speaker, and I find that unfortunate because I, for one, feel that it's an important role of. Oh. Mr. Speaker, all I want for Christmas is more time to actually debate, Mr. Speaker. So, if we were to...
Is that a prop? I think that's a prop, huh? That's a prop. Is that a member of the... Stranger in the house. Merry Christmas.
No, that's okay. Apologize for that interruption, but go ahead, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I find it interesting that when somebody comes and they're bearing gifts, they're often dressed in red, so it certainly is an important point to note, Mr. Speaker. And again, I know my time's running out, and unfortunately, I'm not going to speak poorly about Santa Claus because he's important. So, Mr. Speaker, I've got about a minute and a half left. I'm just going to kind of recap my thoughts on this, Mr. Speaker. I find it totally unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that we have probably a dozen or more bills that are going to be basically bullied through this legislature before the end of the week, bills that are important, that affect people's way of life, bills that affect affordability, bills that affect health care, bills that affect almost every facet of life here in New Brunswick are going to be bullied through, the consequences of which, Mr. Speaker, will be felt down the road. Will they be positive or will they be negative, Mr. Speaker? Well, time will be the judge of that. But, Mr. Speaker, we had a chance to discuss them. We had a chance to question them. We had a chance to put them before committee and try and make these bills the best bills that they can be. And this government didn't want nothing to do with that. All they wanted to do was push their agenda through this House with little debate, with little scrutiny in committee, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly do find that unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, and again, they're the government. They can make the changes instead of looking in the rearview mirror and saying they did it so we can do it, like school children do, Mr. Speaker, they should make the changes they want to see in this world and change it to what they think would work better. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I thank you for your time, and again, all I wish for Christmas is more time to debate.
The member for Amendment Cook Santa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll see if some elves come in next. So we're here debating motion 18, which is a closure motion, and we now know there's another closure motion that's been tabled, so there's double closure. And it's just really, frankly, Mr. Speaker, it's embarrassing to see this trend in our democracy, to see that there is a limitation put on debate, put on the work that legislators can do. And we're not talking about one bill that's very urgent that really needs to go through. That's not it at all, Mr. Speaker. Even in terms of these closure motions, we're seeing that they're preemptive. It's not that it's dragging on and we've been debating one bill for 2 weeks. We're seeing we haven't even started on some bills, and we're seeing that the government's already putting forward closure motions, and what that means is it limits debate. And so in the end, maybe they don't even get used, but they have the same effect of limiting debate, of stifling debate in a place where that is our job, to debate, to amend bills, to strengthen and improve the legislation that comes before the House. But that is limited, Mr. Speaker, and it is unacceptable. And so we see that with motion 18, there are 6 bills included, and then with this move to double closure, we're seeing there's 7 more that it's moved for time allocation to limit debate. And what that means, Mr. Speaker, is that we as legislators are limited in our ability to do our jobs. One of the issues that is related to this is what tools we have in order to do our jobs as legislators. So as these bills are being rushed through, we don't have access to even bringing witnesses to Economic Policy Committee, to being able to ask experts for their opinions in a public setting, to get us all on the same page with the information that's relevant, to be able to make good decisions, to be able to have the best legislation possible. And we did see that one example when the Child and Youth Wellbeing Act came before the House, and the government, for this brief moment, agreed, yeah, okay, we should hear from subject matter experts. We should hear from those who have important feedback on this bill. And so we all wanted to hear from those people, and they made a big difference. There were many amendments made that improved that legislation. Was it perfect at the end? No, I think more could have been done to get it where it needed to be. And there's still work to be done, but it was a lot better than when it came before this House. And it's because of the process that was followed. We were able to hear from experts and those who were impacted, those who knew a lot about the topic. That was very important, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, although that set a precedent, and I would like to think we will continue with that, because precedents are how we work here. So the precedent has been set. Unfortunately, there's not the will to follow up on that. We could change the rules here. Well, the rules are made by this House, and so we could change them. We could do things differently with committee. We could allow witnesses to come to economic policy. We could have committee of the whole. We could do lots of things, Mr. Speaker, but when there's not the political will to do it, when there's not the political will to strengthen our democracy, then we see it weakened. And that is the trend, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker. And we have important legislation going through this House, and I would say in some cases being rushed through this House. And now we know that the debate is being limited on these things. They're important things, whether it's about health care. We have a crisis in our healthcare systems, and we are trying to prevent terrible legislation from going through to open the door to multinationals being able to make a profit off our healthcare system. But no, got to rush that through. We have important legislation that's going to allow scab workers, that is going to weaken workers' rights in our province, that we're very concerned about. Well, only so many hours left in the time allocation motion at committee and at all the different stages, and so it limits debate, and it lets the government get away with not having to maybe answer some questions that would have been asked, not having to have debate on a bill for as long as it would have otherwise, Mr. Speaker. It weakens our democracy, and it shows how there's this certain disregard for the legislative process, or seeing it as kind of an inconvenience. Oh, well, we've got our agenda, we want to get 25 bills through as quickly as possible, and the legislature's standing in our way, so how can we minimize the time we're there? How can we, you know, go through the motions but get out the other side and not have to sit too many days? That's the attitude, Mr. Speaker, and it's unfortunate. It's not a new attitude. We've been seeing these closure motions becoming a habit, and we know that when we say, oh, the Conservatives are doing, they say, oh, well, the Liberals did it. Well, yes, that's true. It doesn't make it okay. And now the Conservatives could change that. We could have government change that. We could have PP Lock take a look at things. We could have motions to change the way things are run. If there was political will to strengthen our democracy, to make sure that this process, this legislative process works, make sure our committees worked better, we could do that. We could even not have to continue to debate adjournment motions. We could have a fixed calendar, which, as another member mentioned, we don't really know what's happening in the new year. Okay, I do know public accounts, because I'm a member, is going to be sitting. We are trying to put together the puzzle, but we don't have a calendar. We really don't know exactly what we're looking at for the new year, except that there's not the will to sit early in the new year. There's not the will to come back and keep debating and keep working on bills if they need more time, rather than pushing them through. If it was the case of a few bills that there's really a timeline on, then we've even seen agreement in the House to collaborate. Okay, this really does need to get done by this date. We've seen that type of collaboration, and if there wasn't that type of collaboration, then maybe there would be some sort of justification. But Mr. Speaker, what I would argue is that instead of that, when we're working with these constraints of very few sitting days, especially when we look at historically how many sitting days there were, and there were more, we're working with fewer hours to debate. And so, Mr. Speaker, that is unacceptable. And what that also means, by doing it this way, and even by the way it's been set up to send things to economic policy instead of committee of the whole, we know that we don't have as many sitting days. That also means less accountability for government. It doesn't even matter exactly who's in government. There should be a lot of accountability. There should be as many question periods and days with routine business as needed. There should be more days in the House. But we see that that's just falling by the wayside. That's just been diminished. And so what that does is it diminishes our democracy. It diminishes the work we do here, Mr. Speaker. And so again, we see that there's 25 bills going through, and we have 6 in this motion, this closure motion, and we know the other one that was tabled today, 7. So 13 different bills where there's a limitation, time limit being set. And again, some of this was preemptive. But why shouldn't every member who has something to say be able to say it? Why shouldn't every member who has a question to ask be able to ask it and be able to get a proper answer before the bill is actually voted? And why shouldn't we be able to call on subject matter experts? I don't even think it would be for every bill, but there are significant pieces of legislation that come through from time to time, and very rarely do we get to hear from experts, Mr. Speaker. And so, there's limiting of debate. We know that we could sit more days rather than just limiting that debate. But we know that the government's not interested in that. We should have all the tools and resources we need, all the time we need to make sure that the best legislation possible comes through and comes out at the end. But that is not what is being set up to happen, Mr. Speaker. And what we do here is valuable. It's important. It matters for years and years and decades, and there's even times when there's legislation that hasn't even been reviewed for decades. We know that there's long-term impacts to what happens here. We also know without proportional representation, there's 100% of the power on that side of the House, even though they have nowhere near 100% of the vote. But what that means, Mr. Speaker, is that this legislation can go through, and they don't need to even listen to what the concerns are. They don't need to make amendments, even though we're trying to propose amendments to make the legislation better. They don't need to allow us to bring in subject matter experts and have them on the public record talking about what these issues are. And Bill 3 comes to mind, which is now being threatened with a new closure motion, similar to this one, where this is going to be a turning point. This is going to be a significant moment in terms of our public health care system. This is opening the door to further privatization of our health care system. Mr. Speaker, this is a bad idea. But wouldn't want to debate that too long. Wouldn't want to amend the bill to prevent bad things from happening in our health care system. No, they think they're right. And Mr. Speaker, that's the plan. We'll just limit debate. We'll just stop legislators from being able to do whatever they can to get the best legislation through. And Mr. Speaker, it is just disappointing. It's just disappointing to see what happens here sometimes. I have great respect for our democracy, and I think it's so valuable, but I think we undermine it with the games that are played here. We undermine it when we limit debate. We undermine it when government refuses to listen to amendments. We undermine it when the debate, when it's all predetermined in back rooms by sometimes people who aren't even elected, and it comes here and, oh, well, the government's told, oh, well, you got to say this and you got to read this and you got to get it through by this time because this is what we want to do. Mr. Speaker, that undermines our democracy. I think we're better than that, or we should be better than that in this House. I think we could have a stronger democracy, but that requires political will. And I know that there are citizens, there's civil society that wants better from this House, and I do too. But what we really need is for the games and the shenanigans and all these ridiculous motions to stop. What we need is for there to be proper debate. We need to strengthen our committee work. We need to strengthen the path that legislation takes through the legislature. We need to allow everyone to hear from experts on the public record. We need to make sure we're not limiting debate. And in the absence of that, we will do everything we can. But, Mr. Speaker, it undermines our democracy, and it is disappointing. And so, I obviously cannot support this motion. And when it comes the time, I won't be able to support motion 25 because these are just have anti-democratic sentiment. They are going against what it means for us to do our work as legislators in this House. And again, I think it is embarrassing to our democracy to have this consistent trend that undermines what we do here. So I want to thank you for the time to speak to motion 18, Mr. Speaker, and clearly I cannot support this motion. Thank you.
Deputy Leader Shediac-Diab.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est un privilège, encore comme tous les fois, de se lever en chambre pour être capable de parler d'un bill et de débattre. Et c'est vraiment débattre, c'est la base de ce qu'on fait ici en chambre. Ça devrait toujours être la base, ça devrait toujours être respecté. Je vais débuter où est-ce que ma collègue du Parti vert a terminé. On siège de moins en moins, plus que ça avance dans les années, on siège de moins en moins en chambre. Et c'est dommage parce que c'est une majeure partie de notre travail. Le travail de législateur, c'est ici que ça se fait. En siégeant de moins en moins, bien, le message qu'on envoie, c'est qu'on ne veut pas débattre. C'est triste, par exemple, la raison pourquoi on siège de moins en moins, et ma collègue n'a fait allusion un peu, la raison qu'on siège de moins en moins, c'est qu'on a peur ici en Chambre on met tout sous la loupe. Donc, c'est la chance de l'opposition de poser des questions au gouvernement. Ça ne dérange pas quelle année, mais c'est la chance de l'opposition de poser des questions au gouvernement. Et on a l'impression, parce qu'on est sous la loupe, qu'on peut mal paraître des fois, où il y a des choses que les médias sont ici tous les jours, il y a des choses qui peuvent arriver, merci beaucoup, des choses qu'on n'aime pas. Et depuis quelques années, c'est quelque chose qui se passe. On siège de moins en moins. C'est notre travail. Quel est le message qu'on envoie à tous ceux et celles qui aimeraient, à un moment donné, faire partie de ce processus démocratique en siégeant de moins en moins? Bien, on est en train de leur donner un message qu'on a peur de faire notre travail. Ça devrait être le contraire. Nos convictions, nos principes, tout dans ce qu'on croit individuellement, on devrait être capable de l'amener ici. Ça serait possible quasiment tous les jours de l'année pour être capable de dire aux gens ce qu'on pense. Parce qu'à la fin de la journée, la raison pourquoi on est ici, c'est qu'on a été placé ici par la population. La population nous a fait confiance, va nous faire confiance pour un certain nombre d'années. Pendant ce temps-là, on devrait profiter au maximum de cette confiance et du temps qui nous est alloué pour être capable de faire des changements ou apporter des projets de loi qui pourront faire une grosse différence dans la vie des gens. Et j'ai commencé volontairement avec ça parce qu'encore une fois, je le sais pourquoi, c'est non dit, c'est pas écrit à nulle part. S'il y a des gens qui écoutent, la raison pourquoi on siège moins, c'est la peur de mal paraître. Et je sais, pour avoir été au gouvernement, je sais que c'est vrai, je sais que ça existe. Okay? Donc, c'est dommage, parce que c'est la meilleure place qu'on peut venir pour établir puis placer nos croyances face à la population. Ensuite, ce qui est dommage aussi, ça a été fait référence, c'est qu'on a une demi-douzaine de projets de loi qu'on pourrait débattre. Une demi-douzaine de projets de loi. 6. Chaque projet de loi individuel, Monsieur le Président, chaque projet de loi individuel, ça touche des milliers et des milliers de personnes. Il y a 2 catégories principales lorsqu'un projet de loi est amené de l'avant. Ça peut toucher économiquement, ça peut toucher socialement. Donc, peu importe le projet de loi qu'on débat, ça change la vie des gens. Et en limitant le temps pour 6 projets de loi, il y a des milliers et des milliers de personnes qui vont être privées des gens des 2 côtés de la Chambre qui peuvent aller en profondeur pour parler de projets de loi et de choses à discuter et de choses à changer. Donc, pourquoi on aurait peur de se lever debout et d'être capable d'échanger nos idées, d'être capable d'écouter, répondre, échanger les idées, approfondir, peut-être toucher le cœur ou l'esprit de quelqu'un qui peut peut-être avoir la chance de changer d'idée. Ça arrivé. Il y en a un où est-ce qu'on a amené des experts, on a accepté d'amener des experts ici pour parler en Chambre, et je pense sincèrement que ça a été bon pour la démocratie, et je pense sincèrement que même si peut-être ce n'était pas parfait, l'utilisation de cette générosité-là aura certainement amélioré le projet de loi un peu. Et c'est ça la base. Là-bas, c'est qu'un coup que le projet de loi est voté, on veut qu'il soit le meilleur possible. En tout cas, moi, personnellement, c'est ça, moi, mon idée ici, puis à chaque fois que je me lève, je le dis. Je me lève pas debout pour essayer de faire mal paraître quelqu'un. Je me lève pas debout pour essayer d'insulter quelqu'un. Parce que si je me lève debout, puis mon but, c'est de faire mal paraître quelqu'un, j'ai l'impression que je fais pas ma job. Okay? Mais si je me lève debout, puis je parle du cœur, puis je dis ce que je pense pour essayer d'aider la vie des gens, ben écoute, je suis pas parfait, là, mais à la fin de la journée, je dis OK, j'ai fait mon gros possible. Puis c'est ça qu'on veut faire. Mais en coupant ce temps-là, on s'empêche l'opportunité d'aller au fond des choses, et c'est triste. Puis j'ai fait allusion quelque peu en parlant de cette peur-là. On a déjà été des collègues. La peur c'est très difficile. La peur, lorsque tu es en politique, tu te fais attaquer de tous bords, de tous côtés. Tu passes à travers des moments qui ne sont pas faciles. Il y a de la pression qui est placée. On a des gens qui vont écrire des affaires sur nous, sur les réseaux sociaux, dans les médias, tout ça. C'est pas le fun, M. le Président. J'en conviens que c'est pas le fun. Mais c'est ça qui est le travail. Puis, pourquoi je parle de la peur, en rapport avec ce projet de loi-ci, pourquoi avoir peur d'avoir envie de débattre si on est fier d'un projet de loi qu'on amène de l'avant? Si on aime le projet de loi qu'on amène de l'avant, pourquoi avoir peur de le débattre? On a des gens, on a des équipes qui répondent en comité. Les ministres viennent, ils s'assoient, ils ont leur équipe, ils ont leur staff. They're talking to their staff, and then we're asking questions, and then they revert to staff, and then they can answer, well, we're doing this because of reason X, Y, and Z. So why be afraid of that? Why be afraid to put forward the time and the effort to try to polish as much as possible a bill? This is a very simple question. So all it does, it raises question. It raises question. Because the questions we need to raise have to be about the bills that are on the table. And the quality of the questions sometimes comes with time. The more you dive into the conversation about a bill, the more you get answers, the more you get, and personally, I don't care who gets the credit. If we work and we ask questions and we get answers and the bill gets resolved in the best way possible, it's not us that win, it's the people out there. So why be afraid? So this is the point I wanted to make it, because fear in politics is one of the worst things. And we saw during the last few weeks, the subject that was brought forward, language is always enough. It's tough. People don't want to say it, don't want to, talk about it. I know it's tough on some people. It's not easy. So why be afraid if we're proud to bring something up? Why be afraid to put the time and effort into it? Maintenant, another thing, it always bothers me because I never used it, no matter where I was. I never used it. I never said the previous government. I never said it. I'm asked about it. I never, no matter where I sat, I never said that. I hate that. I think it's an absolute waste of time. I think it's an easy answer when we don't have anything to say. We blame previous governments to justify what we're doing today. Well, if we go in past history to justify what we're doing, there were pretty horrible things that were done in the past. So this is an argument that doesn't hold water, if you ask me, Mr. Speaker. Yes, well, I'm standing here today because people put me here today, and I'm proud to stand here today and to talk, and you and I know very well, when we have a discussion, it's a real discussion. It's not trying to take advantage, it's not trying to make people look bad, but we're not afraid to put the hours. And I know you would not be afraid to put the hours to talk about something you believe in. Right? Sorry, Mr. I apologize. I apologize about that, but we get passionate. You know me, I'm a very calm person, not passionate at all, never cried. You don't have to say it, So, donc, c'est très important. Donc, and I know people here, they love to debate. I know we talk a lot, me and the Minister of Social Development, she always says she loves to debate. And I'm going to bring a point that I bring, because sometimes, I know people listen. When they speak, I listen. And sometimes, oh, I like it. Sometimes, I know when we say something, they say after, well, we like it. So why not use that time? That's what people expect of us. That's why and that fear, that line that we don't want to cross, that line of being able of accepting an idea that comes from another side. This is, if we can get to that point, a day in this legislature, we will have made real progress. When we get to that point, that we're not afraid of taking an idea, say, it's not my idea, but you know what, I like it. I like it, and I'm happy we're going to use it. But the problem is, if we don't put the time in, we cannot get deep in a conversation. When we have a problem, when we have something that goes wrong, we have a problem, should be you and I, could be you and I, you and me and everybody else, the best way to deal about it, what's the best way? Is to talk about it. Because, well, when you don't have all the facts, you don't know the person, you don't know the subject as well. It's the same thing with those bills. I personally realize by asking questions, getting the answers, it illuminates me of some things I've never seen before. It puts another side of the story. It puts another side of the medal. Et c'est ça, le travail qu'on est supposé de faire. Puis je vais revenir sur le fait, I sincerely believe that the day we're going to stop saying, is the previous government, when I was a minister, was encouraged to say it because there was tough questions coming from the media. They would say, well, blame the previous government. I said, no, it's not helping anything. It's just an easy answer. And then they go get the answer from the other government, and then you get insulted right back. The day we're going to stop saying that will be a real step forward. Ensuite de ça, lorsqu'on coupe le temps de débat, Monsieur le Président, l'illusion d'opacité est l'une des raisons pourquoi les gens perdent de plus en plus confiance aux gens qui font notre travail ici en politique. L'illusion d'opacité. Lorsqu'on enlève des heures, qu'est-ce que ça fait? Ça sème un doute. On enlève des heures. Mais pourquoi vous enlevez des heures? Êtes-vous pas fiers des projets de loi que vous amenez de l'avant? Le temps va être fini à un moment donné. Il y a un temps raisonnable. Bien, prenons le temps, parce que ces projets de loi, c'est des décennies dans l'avenir qu'on va aider. Mais si on enlève du temps, on se sert d'une technique qui est justifiée un peu une technique de force. Lorsqu'on se sert de cette technique-là pour enlever du temps, si c'est pas vrai, c'est encore pire, mais ça donne l'illusion d'opacité. Donc les gens se disent, bien, pourquoi ils enlèvent du temps? Ils ont-ils de quoi cacher? Ben, si c'est pas vrai, prenons le temps, bâtissons, aidons, guérissons. Les générations futures vont se rappeler que les personnes qui étaient assises dans cette Chambre auront pris le temps de débattre proprement les sujets à la lumière du jour. Tout le monde aura eu la chance de parler, les gens impliqués dans le projet de loi, les gens auront eu la chance de parler et ça va servir, au lieu de juste penser à notre orgueil personnel et les petites affaires de partisanerie, okay, ça va aider la population. Des fois, ça peut pas, des fois c'est pas grand-chose. C'est une ligne de plus. Tu sais, des fois, des amendements, c'est juste après ce mot-là, il y a ça. Juste ça peut faire une différence dans la vie des gens, Monsieur le Président. Et quand je parlais d'un conflit entre des personnes, l'important, si on veut parler d'un sujet et de réussir à ressortir le maximum d'un sujet, il faut aller au fond des choses. Des fois, ce n'est pas facile, parce qu'il faut traverser plein de couches pour se rendre au fond des choses. Bien, c'est difficile si on n'a pas le temps de le faire, Monsieur le Président. Alors, c'est très simple ce que je dis. Je remercie tous les gens qui parlent sur ce projet de loi-là, parce que c'est très important. Encore une fois, moi, je pense... Puis encore une fois, quel message qu'on envoie si on se dit, bien, vous l'avez fait, on a le droit de le faire. Monsieur le Président, tu parles d'un argument. You did it, so we can do it too. Doesn't make it better. Those kinds of arguments, they sound as schoolyard arguments. It does not reflect well upon us when we speak like that. Because it's something you say on the moment just to try to win the moment. But you're not helping long term. If I say, you did it, I'm doing it too.
That's how my kids argue. That's
right. That's how kids argue. Exactly. So To me, this is something we need to try to raise the bar. Nobody's perfect. We just need to try to raise the bar, and every one of us individually. Fait que c'est ça qu'on essaie de faire. Alors, Monsieur le Président, je vois que mon temps achève. Je remercie encore une fois les gens de l'autre côté qui ont écouté. C'est toujours plus plaisant d'essayer d'avoir une discussion quand on ne sait pas qui. Moi, quand on a des débats comme ça, j'essaie de me garder calme le plus que je peux. Donc, j'apprécie tout le temps l'écoute de l'autre côté. Donc, Monsieur le Président, encore une fois, vous savez comment je me sens à propos de ce projet de loi-là. Je vais laisser d'autres collègues. Merci beaucoup de m'avoir écouté. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Écoutez, je veux prendre le... Je sais qu'il ne reste quand même pas beaucoup de temps pour pouvoir finir de débattre cette motion, mais je veux quand même prendre un peu de temps puis intervenir sur la motion numéro 18. Dans un premier temps, Monsieur le Président, je viens de mentionner un chiffre important, 18. La motion 18, Monsieur le Président, comme vous le savez, ça veut dire qu'il y a seulement eu 18 motions présentées devant cette Assemblée. Pour quelle raison seulement 18? Parce qu'on vient juste de commencer la session. Mais le gouvernement, eux, ils sont là et ils nous disent, bien, il faut l'arrêter le plus rapidement possible. Nous, on leur dit, bien, on a encore du travail à faire. On a eu la chance de parler l'autre jour puis de dire, bien, ça n'a pas de sens de seulement revenir le 31 mars. On a du temps encore pour être en mesure de pouvoir faire davantage de projets de loi puis de rajouter des motions qui pourraient être débattues ici même à l'Assemblée législative. Mais seulement 18. C'est un petit chiffre, là. Mais c'est un chiffre important parce que ça démontre comment d'autres projets de loi, de motions, on aurait dû continuer à débattre ici. Ceci étant dit, le cœur de cette motion-là, c'est d'arrêter les députés de pouvoir débattre. Puis je ne veux pas recommencer qu'est-ce que mes autres collègues ont dit. Je veux quand même me limiter. Mais qu'est-ce que le gouvernement nous demande, c'est d'arrêter de débattre, de questionner certains projets de loi, parce que la motion 18 est pour certains projets de loi, limiter le nombre d'heures qu'on a le droit de questionner le gouvernement, le nombre d'heures qu'on a le droit à travailler pour apporter des amendements, le nombre d'heures pour pouvoir avoir des détails sur l'implication des projets de loi qui sont présentés par le gouvernement. C'est tous des éléments qui sont importants à considérer. Donc, de vouloir arrêter cet aspect-là de débat, c'est assez ordinaire. Mais je pourrais dire, Monsieur le Président, que c'est probablement ordinaire à la façon des conservateurs de vouloir limiter. Mon collègue, tantôt, l'a mentionné, c'est comme si on voulait éviter des périodes de questions. Puis ça, ce n'est pas la première fois que je le mentionne. Le gouvernement veut limiter nos débats parce qu'il veut limiter en même temps le nombre de périodes de questions. Si le gouvernement faisait son travail, le gouvernement n'aurait pas peur de faire face à des périodes de questions, d'être imputable envers la population. C'est une des raisons pourquoi il y a une opposition et il y a un gouvernement ou vice-versa. Lorsque l'opposition est inexistante, le gouvernement pourrait faire à peu près ce qu'il veut. On voit ça dans certains pays, puis c'est certainement pas la façon qu'on veut gérer les affaires ici au Nouveau-Brunswick ni au Canada. Mais ça exige que l'opposition travaille pour conserver le gouvernement imputable. Donc, pas de période de questions, pas la chance de débattre. Ça devient de plus en plus difficile de conserver le gouvernement imputable parce que le gouvernement veut complètement bloquer les questions, complètement limiter les interrogations que nous, on a ou les citoyens ont. Puis vous savez, Monsieur le Président, souvent on va commencer à débattre un premier projet de loi et puis on n'est pas certain. Mais le gouvernement veut passer ça à vitesse. Et puis, qui est-ce qui nous arrive par en arrière? C'est des organismes, des individus qui nous disent « Hey, avez-vous réalisé que tel projet de loi, l'impact que vous allez occasionner sur des entreprises, sur des organismes, sur des individus? » Bien souvent, Monsieur le Président, ces éléments-là, on peut ne pas les avoir remarqués. Mais c'est pour ça qu'on a besoin de consultations. Puis dans bien des cas aussi, on a demandé au gouvernement d'accepter de renvoyer certains projets de loi en comité pour pouvoir être étudiés plus en profondeur et puis aussi de pouvoir faire venir des témoins. Mais clairement, ce n'est pas la volonté de ce gouvernement de pouvoir permettre la majorité des projets de loi d'aller en comité pour pouvoir écouter des témoins, regarder le pour et le contre, le poids de chaque côté, afin de prendre des décisions éclairées. Mais ce qui est pire dans tout ça, Monsieur le Président, puis je vais parler plus spécifiquement de la motion 18, c'est que c'est silencieux l'autre bord. Il n'y a pas personne qui s'est levé en disant hey, « il faut s'assurer que les projets de loi soient les meilleurs projets de loi possibles ». On n'a pas vu personne du côté du gouvernement se lever sur la motion 18 afin de faire valoir leur point de l'importance de questionner puis d'avoir les bons raisonnements. Puis vous savez, ce n'est pas à cause que c'est le gouvernement que tout le monde doit être silencieux l'autre bord. C'est comme si, tout simplement, on leur a dit « taisez-vous, restez assis, faites les bons enfants ». Mais en bout de ligne, on aurait peut-être besoin de l'input des membres du gouvernement, des députés, que ce soit les ministres ou les députés d'arrière-ban. On aurait peut-être besoin d'avoir leur opinion. Peut-être que leur opinion est importante. Puis je vais dire même mieux, leur opinion est importante, mais on n'est pas capable de l'entendre. On n'est pas capable de savoir quelle est leur opinion. Mais pire que ça, Monsieur le Président, au-dessus, vous savez, c'est drôle à voir la façon que le gouvernement et puis certains des membres du gouvernement, du cabinet, agissent. Ça n'a pas fait leur affaire la semaine passée. Ils ont mis la motion 18 pour limiter le temps. On voit qu'aussitôt qu'on commence à questionner puis à apporter des interrogations sur certains projets de loi ou à les débattre davantage, on nous a fait une petite surprise aujourd'hui, parce que certains projets de loi n'avaient pas de limitation. Mais aujourd'hui, on nous est arrivé avec la belle petite surprise en nous disant on va faire une nouvelle motion d'ajournement de limitation de temps pour faire en sorte que les autres projets de loi qui restent, qui n'ont pas été inclus à la base, fassent maintenant partie d'un prochain groupe. Et puis, on a d'entendre, si je me souviens bien, on a dit que ça allait être applicable à partir de mardi de la semaine prochaine. On est mercredi. Mardi de la semaine prochaine, c'est le 20. Monsieur le Président, je lance un défi aux députés d'en face qui lèvent la main, ceux-là qui vont être présents mardi prochain. Et je peux regarder, actuellement, Monsieur le Président, les députés sont là, sont présents en avant de nous. Il n'y en a pas un qui a levé la main. Pas un qui a levé la main. Donc, vous savez, ils font, d'un côté, ils nous mettent une motion, comme mon collègue de Victoria-Lavallée l'a si bien exprimé tantôt, une motion pour limiter le temps, par-dessus une autre motion pour limiter le temps, qui va s'appliquer seulement mardi de la semaine prochaine, le 20, mais il n'y en a pas un qui s'est levé la main pour dire qu'il allait être présent la semaine prochaine. Donc, on est en train de perdre notre temps, quoi. Ça aurait été le fun de voir un membre du gouvernement ou un député d'arrière-ban se lever la main en disant « oui, je vais être ici la semaine prochaine ». On vient de faire une motion, puis je n'ai même pas vu ceux qui ont fait même la motion se lever la main pour dire qu'il allait être ici la semaine prochaine. Donc, vous comprendrez, Monsieur le...
Aye, member.
10 minutes.
Final 10 minutes. Member for Carlton York. So we just read the motion. The member of Carlton York moves, seconded by the member from St. Croix, that notwithstanding the standing rules of the Legislative Assembly, following the adoption of this motion, there shall be 12 hours allocated for the proceedings at all stages of the passages of Bills 16, 18, 22, 23, and 25, which shall include the hours spent considering said bills from December 6, 2022 and onward, and at the expiration of the said 12 hours, unless sooner concluded, the Speaker or the Chair of the Standing Committee on Economic Policy, as the case may be, shall interrupt the proceedings and put every question necessary to dispose of the order for second reading of the said bills, the order for consideration of the said bills in committee and report of the bills to the House, and the order for third reading and passage of the said bills, and where necessary, the said bills shall be allowed to advance more than one stage in one day. That notwithstanding the expiry of the said 12 hours, there shall be, if necessary, 20 minutes allocated at committee stage for the consideration of any of the said bills if requested by the Government House Leader. All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried. Third reading.
Bill 25.
Is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 25 be now read a third time? All those in favour of the motion? No. The opposition House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as you know, with the cost of living, and we've had quite a lot of debate about the cost of living here. We've had a lot of debate specifically about housing and the lack of housing out there in the communities. We've had a lot of information flow into this House. We've asked a lot of questions about housing, and it's really something that is missing in our communities. And we've been after the government to respond to some of the issues that are out there on the housing scale. And so at this time, they presented this bill, and we wanted a rent cap all along. We said there should be an extension of the rent cap. We had a motion to do that in the House. We had speakers. We had questions in the House about this bill. And so basically...
Excuse me, remember, we have time. Sorry?
That makes up for the 10 minutes you didn't give me a while ago, but anyway, so I thank you, but Mr. Speaker, when this bill comes up, it does not include the rent cap, and it's not right. The minister made a decision not to do that, and it was based on information that was not correct, and she admitted that in the House. And so I'm not going to speak much longer because our critic would like to stand up and speak, and so I'll give him the floor, Mr. Speaker, if no one else, if he's allowed to stand in his place first. Thank you.
Not the Greens? Stood as well. There'll be time. Member for Kent stood. And then
well, thank you very much. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's a pleasure for me to rise on third reading of Bill 25. It's it's been a bill that has been the talk of the town for one of many actually that have been the talk of the town in the last couple of weeks. There's been lots have happened, but I have to say it's. I think the first thing I want to say about Bill 25 is that, in essence, it's not a bill you can vote against because it's a bill that makes it a bit easier for tenants to be able to, how do you say, question or contester, as we say in French, be able to, complain and say that, we feel that this rent increase is too much and it's not justified, and they can question that, bring it to the tribunal, and the tribunal can basically, conduct an inquiry, look at, do what they call a market study. They'll check out basically what's the things that need to be. They'll look at similar rentals, same size, same age, same condition, and they'll check to see if the price or the rent asked is reasonable compared to similar rentals around the area. So there's a lot of factors that come into that and all of that. So this bill does help in that sense. It helps in the sense that it makes it a little bit easier for the tenants to complain. Now, and the good news, and we've established this with the minister, and I've had some healthy conversations with the minister, both private, where we had just the two of us. We had a very good, constructive discussion, a good hour, where we were able to chat on this. And we also had some very healthy conversations also in Economic Policy Committee, and we found out some what I would consider very pertinent information. And I would like to share that information to the floor of this House, because, and the reason I want to share that information, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that we could not get from this minister, at least not yet, what we have been advocating for. And what we have been advocating for is maintaining the rent cap. We feel that the rent cap, in the current conditions that we have economically, where we have labor shortage, increase of building costs, and inflation, galloping inflation, a rent cap would be, we feel, one of the best tools to help everyday New Brunswickers, everyday tenants, people from, the middle class and under. When I say under, I mean, people that make less money than the average. The rent cap would have been the single best tool to help those people. It's not to say that it's perfect, because it's not. We had that conversation as well. What about students? A rent cap doesn't really help students because they are into temporary lodging. Then we would need something else for students. But at least for those, and I'm thinking of the ones that are retired, that live on, old age pensions and supplements. And I know there's plenty of those in my riding, and I know there's many all across New Brunswick. Well, those people that live in rental apartments, they haven't seen their checks go up significantly in the past years, and with this inflation, for them, having an increase of $100, $150, $200, even that's, for some people that may sound trivial, but for them that's a lot of money per month. $100 a month equals $1,200 in a year, and for them that it makes a difference. It can mean the difference between allowing themselves a little treat and not having any treats at all. So, and that's why the rent cap, we've been advocating for it. We still advocate for it. And that is why I've been saying that this bill is not enough, and I'll keep saying it. But at the same time, I can't say I'm going to vote against this bill, because this bill is not, it's not, the problem is not that it's not going in the right direction. It's not going enough. It's not going far enough in that direction. It's just a couple of steps where we should do half a mile, in my mind. So this is where I think we need to speak about it, and there's some things. In the meantime, if we can't get the rent cap, let's try to get the best that we can. And I think that through questions, we've been able to get answers from this minister, what I would consider very important information, which is, I think the public needs to know as much as possible about this information. Number one, they will give the tribunal, the RTT, or the Residencies Tenancies Tribunal, will technically use the Consumer Price Index, the CPI, the average of 2022, as a peg for increases for 2023. We know that at the end of November, the CPI, Consumer Price Index, was at 7.3%. Okay, so at 7.3%, we know that it might change in December, and that's the average of the year. For now, at the end of November, it was 7.3. December, it will probably vary a little bit. I'm thinking it's probably going to end up being between 7 and 7.5. Whether it's going to go upwards or downwards, we'll find out. Normally, those numbers come 2 weeks after the end of the month, so that means by mid-January, we will know what the CPI for 2022 is for New Brunswick. So once the Service New Brunswick will have that information, Well, it will allow them to say that an increase cannot be more than the CPI within a year. And there was some significant work done by this government. Well, significant. The minister certainly, and this government certainly calls it significant. I'm not sure I would say significant. Well, I guess it's better than nothing. There was some work done. I have to admit that. Would I consider it enough? Not really. But at least they didn't stay at the status quo, and that is the first. It's at least a first step. But what they've done is that they've made it so owners can only put an increase once a year. And they have to give a 6 months notice, which wasn't the case before. Before it was a 3 months notice, and they could do as many increases as they wanted in a year. Well, it couldn't be more than 4 because with the 3 months notice, but or 3 if you calculate it properly. But in this case, you can only do 1 increase a year, and you have to give a 6 months notice, number 1. And that was done previous. Now what they're saying is, with that once-a-year increase, the tribunal will enforce it as such that it cannot be more than the CPI within a year. So I'm going to use the spread of between 7 and 7.5%, because that's what I feel we can expect. We will have an increase of 7 point something, probably. So what it means is that the tribunal will enforce that there cannot be within a year an increase of more than 7.5% increase. So, which is a good thing in itself. I mean, it's, and I'll talk about it a little bit more because there's still some issues with that. But the good news is that it does give a certain protection. And the minister did explain that. And what she also explained is, if, for example, an owner is asking for a 20%, let's just as an example, they're asking for a 20% increase. And that's what they've asked for as we speak. And that's, you know, they've given the notice in July for the increase to happen in January. And I know some cases that are in fact as such, like exact as I describe it. Well, and if they ask, for example, for a 20% increase, the tribunal, what they're going to do is that they now have the power to spread out that increase into 3 years. So what they're going to do is, if the increase is for 20%, and there's an if, an important if they feel that the market can justify, it is justified to have that increase, because they're going to do a market study. You know, and if they go, let's say, around the, you know, where I live in Bucktouche, well, they're going to look around the Bucktouche area apartments. They're going to look at similar size, you know, 2, 3 bedrooms, 1 bedroom, when it was built, you know, the quality, different things, you know, the facilities, if it has an elevator or not, or there's lots of factors, I'm sure, that go in to that. But what it means, it's that it needs, first of all, to justify that, it needs to show that an increase is justified. So even if they ask for that 20%, they might say, I'm sorry, looking at the surrounding apartment, 20% is not justified. So they might say, you should do a 10%, or a 5%, or a 15%, but 20% is too much, number one. Which is a good thing. And they might even say 0%, because you're already charging the market rate or more than the market rate. And then the tribunal can say, no, you cannot. You cannot have an increase. We will not allow an increase. So that's the first point. The second point is if they do allow an increase, well, it won't be more within a year than the CPI, 7.5%. And if they would allow more than that, then they can spread it out for up to 3 years. So I'm coming back to that 20% increase example. If that is deemed justified by the tribunal, then they will basically split the increase into 3 years. So basically, you know, and this is, I'm generalizing here, it's maybe not that cut and dry, but this is what the minister said, that 20% would be split into 3 years. So for year number 1, it would be a 6.7% increase. Year 2, another 6.7% increase, and in year 3, a 6.6% increase, making that 20% that they have requested. But it'll be spread out into 3 years. So I have to admit that it does provide protection because it allows for, you know, some type of control, a lot more reasonable increases than no control at all. So that in itself is not a bad thing. And we've had this conversation with the minister, and I am absolutely ready. And that's why I'm explaining this now on third reading, because it's important information for New Brunswick tenants to know. The tribunal will protect you if you make a complaint or you lodge in a request or a complaint or whatever you call it, and it will ensure that you don't have an increase in more than the 7.5% in 2023. The issue, and this is where, so that's a good thing, Mr. Speaker, and that's why I want to spread that information, and I'm hoping all colleagues here will spread that information to the tenants of their constituencies, because there is, how can I say, there are safeguards, and these safeguards are available through this bill, and that's why I'm going to vote for this bill. The only thing, though, is that it's not going far enough, and I will take the time to explain why it's not going far enough, but at least it goes that far, and it allows safeguards, which is good. And now, where I find that it doesn't go far enough, and this is the issue, is that tenants need to complain for it to happen. If tenants do not complain, if tenants do not bring this forward to the tribunal, status quo will remain. So if a tenant, an owner brings in a notice saying you will be receiving on January 1st a 20% increase, well, if nobody says anything, that increase will come into effect on January 1st, and once it comes into effect, then it'll be a done deal. Now, the good news is the bill is giving, because it's only starting on January 1st, they're giving a 60-day buffer time. So even if it starts, we do have, as MLAs and the public, we do have time to notify people. And under normal circumstances, it's 60 days, and this is important information. Under normal circumstances, it is 60 days after you receive your notice of increase. So let's say on January 1st, some owners send a notice of increase saying your rent is going to increase on July 1st because it's a 6 months notice. It's going to increase by 20%. Let's keep using that 20%. You will have, starting January 1st, up to 60 days to bring it forward to the tribunal. So that means on, well, is it March 1st? It'll be close to March 1st if you count the 60 days. It might be a day because February has less days, but you know what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. It'll be around early March that will be the deadline for you to submit that. But the good news is, and you know, the minister has brought in, and we were able to have these fruitful conversations, there is a little bit of a leeway period right now for the first 60 days of 2023, where any notices of increase that they received in 2022, the 60 days will only come into, will be enforced only in 2023. So they will have until early March to submit or to submit it to the tribunal. So I'm saying this for everybody to know. If you have some tenants that are saying, well, we got this, but no, my God, then it's been past the 60 days because we got this in July or August or September or October, well, then you can say no, because this bill only starts in January, we have 60 days in January and February. So I'm certainly going to pass that information along. Now, but in 2023, then it goes to 60 days. But where I'm going with this, Mr. Speaker, is that the fact that it is the onus is on the tenant to complain. So as I'm saying, if the owner gives in a notice on January 1st to the tenant and says, on July 1st, 2023, your rent is increasing by 20%, and the owner, for some reason, doesn't listen in to this channel, which is one of the few in New Brunswick, because most people, as you know, Mr. Speaker, come and want to watch you on TV. You're a very popular person, and you sing very well too, unbeknownst to many. But what I want to say is this, is that they will only have 60 days to submit their claim that they want to question the rent increase to the tribunal. Come early March, after that 60 days is passed, then they can complain all they want. They will not be able to escape that rent increase starting July 1st. The only way they'll be able to do it is if they leave and they go elsewhere. So the onus is on the tenant to, I will say it, to complain. Now, and the other thing that happens with this, and I've had this discussion with the minister, the only big issue with that also is it's only based on one tenant. Like, let's use an apartment building, Mr. Speaker. An apartment building, let's say of 16 units. That's a typical size. You see it in many towns and cities of the province. A 16-unit apartment building. Now, what happens is let's say the owner gives that notice of increase to all 16 tenants. Starting January 1st, it's going to you're going to see an increase on July. Well, I'm giving you the notice on January 1st that on July 1st you are seeing a 20% increase to all 16 tenants of that building. Well, in order for all 16 tenants to be able to benefit from the tribunal, all 16 tenants must complain to the tribunal. It's not the fact that if there's one, then it'll apply to all of the rest. It doesn't work that way. Everybody, so what can, and I understand why, because let's be honest, in some buildings, you can have people that move in, move out, you can have new buildings, you can have different rental. Some people can pay more or less because they came in later, some have been there for years. There's all sorts of different factors, and I understand that. I get the rationale. But the problem with that, however, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that every tenant must complain individually or by unit. So what happens is let's say, as an example, maybe out of those 16 units, let's say 4 or 5, just as an example, 4 or 5, it doesn't really apply, that increase, because they came in later, they're moving, there's in and out going, they're students or whatever. So let's say this would apply to, let's say 11 out of them. Well, that means that all 11 need to apply or need to contest, they need to bring it forward to the tribunal, and they have until early March to do so. And here's the problem. Some will, and the problem might be that some won't. So what will happen then, Mr. Speaker? Well, it'll happen maybe that, let's say 7 out of the 11 that would apply, that this would apply, that 7-point-some%, the CPI, they'll complain to the tribunal. The tribunal will give them, yes, you know what, you're right, let's spread this over 3 years, okay? So their increase will be spread out over a 3-year period, those 7, because they brought it forward to the tribunal. But the 4 that could have applied, those 4 units that were eligible, that could have applied, they did not apply. All of a sudden, it's mid-March, and they find out, or early April, and they find out that their neighbors will have their increase spread out over a 3-year period, and they're going to say, well, what about us? We want the same thing. We don't want a 20% increase this year in July. We want it spread out over 3 years. Well, you know what, Mr. Speaker? It'll be too bad, so sad, because they will not have followed through the 60-day period to contest. So it creates winners and losers. You know, you win if you're paying attention, and you do that, and you're losing if you're not. And that's the problem. Yeah, and some people can't read, and that's right. Well, and my colleagues just say that. And I live in a riding, Mr. Speaker, where there's a high level of illiteracy. I have one of the highest illiteracy rates in the country, or I used to. I'm hoping it's changed, but I know we have the sad statistics of being having very high illiteracy rates in my part of the world. And I can tell you that, yes, we've had, as a constituency office, deal with a lot of people that they come with letters, just government letters, and say, we don't understand this. Can you read this for us? Can you interpret it for us? We can't, you know, they understand. Some people, what do they call it? They're functionally illiterate. So they can read basic signs, they understand the words, but they can't fully understand like a full paragraph. And they get flustered and they get nervous and they don't. So they come to us and say, can you tell us what's said in this letter, Mr. Speaker? I don't understand. So we tell them, well, it means this, that. So these are the types of folks that need help, and these are the types of folks, oftentimes, that will not know about a tribunal, number one, and they will not know that you have 60 days in order to apply, because if you pass those 60 days, then nothing can be done. So that is why I'm very worried that this bill will create, like I said, winners and losers. And the winners are the ones that can read, pay attention, and, you know, are more resourceful. But here's the problem, Mr. Speaker. There are some people in our society, a little bit too many that I'd like to, that are what I would consider, you know, part of the vulnerable population. And the vulnerable population are the ones that often they have trouble reading, they're having trouble making ends meet, they're dealing with a lot of social, economic, emotional problems. These people don't have the capacity. You know, and it's not willingness. They're great folks. They're salt of the earth, many of them. But they're just not equipped to deal with these types of things that we're asking them to do. And as an MLA, my job, and I'm trying through social media, through Facebook. Facebook is popular in my part of the world. I'm not on Twitter, but it is very, how can I say, Facebook is used a lot, and I use it as much as I can. And to give public information sometimes. And trust me, Mr. Speaker, I will be giving public information when it comes to this bill, so people can contest increases that are more than the CPI. Basically, I'm going to say, if you have an increase of more than 7%, come see us. We're going to contest to the tribunal, and the tribunal is going to do his job. We're going to do that. But not everybody's on Facebook, and not everybody knows. And these people that are already, they have the short end of the stick already, Mr. Speaker. We're setting them up to keep being on that short end because they don't have the means or the capability, the capacity to deal with these types of tribunals or these types of procedures. And that is why I find this bill comes short. And that's why I say this bill doesn't go far enough. So I'm a fan of two things. I'm a fan of having, yes, I'm a big fan. I'm a fan of having, if you're going to do one building, if a tenant complains from one building, well, couldn't it apply for the rest of the building? Now, I know that's not always possible, and the minister explained why, and it makes sense. But is that possible? Because if it is, then you can have one representative of the building, and it'll cover everybody else. And that would make a big difference. It would. Now, the other possibility, which I actually privilege, even better than that, is that let's not put the onus on the tenant, let's put the onus on the owners. So let's have the owners go to the tribunal when they want to make an increase, when they want to give an increase to tenants, they go to the tribunal and say, I want to give an increase to this building, this is the address, these are the units, and I want to increase it by so much. Let's say I've been using 20%, let's go with 20%. And by doing that, then the tribunal is basically doing the exact same work, Mr. Speaker. They will be conducting the market studies. They will also then be looking at making sure that, you know, what that owner is already charging compared to what others are charging. Okay? So once they do that, and then they will look at the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, and they will use that and they will apply it the same way they would do it when an owner would come to the tribunal. They would do the exact same thing. And then they would tell the owner, you know what, that, one of three things. No, you cannot have any increase because you're already charging at or above the market price, the local market price. Number two, you are going to have a partial, I'll allow you a partial increase, so let's say 10% instead of 20, because of the fact that the market price is not as much, you know, it's not that high. So we'll give you 10%, and we're going to spread it into 2 years. You can charge 5% this year and 5% next year, for example. Or they can say, yes, we will allow you the full 20% because it'll bring you to a market level, which is we consider completely level. But they will do it over a 3-year period because they use the CPI. So all of that said, Mr. Speaker, putting the onus on the owner will do at least two things, which I consider very, very positive. It will, and I've been saying this in previous times, I've been saying this, there is a natural imbalance of power between the tenant and the owner. The owner has more means. The owner has a more vested interest in knowing how things work when it comes to rentals. Because at the end, they tend, you know, it is a for-profit business, and I'm all, you know, profit is important in our economy and in our system. So I'm certainly not here to say that it is not. But what I'm saying is, because it is that, owners pay a lot of attention because it affects their pockets. So they will be paying attention, and they have more means. Normally an owner, if you own buildings, that means you're normally in a better position than if you don't own anything at all. So having said that, then you have, so the owners have more means in general. Obviously there are exceptions to every rule, but if you look at a correlation, definitely the tenants have the upper hand in terms of means, compared to the tenants, where the tenants basically, you know, renting their place is only part of their lives. You know, they work, they tend to their families, they have other expenses, they just go through life. And paying their rent is just part of it, just one factor, which, you know, for them it's not about making money, it's an expense. So they're not as aware as everything that surrounds a residency tenancies tribunal or any other type of rules and regulations, you know, involving rentals. So just with that, the fact that you put it on the onus on the owners, it does create that balance much better.
Pursuant to orders of the day, debate is over. Call on the Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour to adjourn the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House be now adjourned.
Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour moves the House be now adjourned. All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. Declare the House to be now adjourned.